Yes. Welcome back, my G's, to the CPI, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. My name is Lorenzo, Corrado. We're having a lot of fun these days. Beautiful trades yesterday. It's time for the CPI. Let's get the party started. Let's put on some music and let's see what we have. A lot of things to cover. Yes, sir. Welcome back, G's. Hope you're doing well. It's gotta be an important day for gold and the dollar. Smash up that like button. Will be highly, highly appreciated if you want to help the channel grow. And let's get to work. Yes, sir. All right. Welcome back to the streams, ladies and gentlemen. Looking forward to talk about the CPI today. It's going to be a super important day for us. We'll make sure that you guys are fully updated in what's coming. We're going to go and do things a little bit differently today. And the main reason why is because, of course, we are dealing with major news. You guys already know that. The CPI is coming in around 19 minutes from now, okay? We really need to pay attention to what's going to happen here because it's a maker or breaker, in my opinion. Okay, we had so far some really good trades this week, so we want to stick with this momentum. We really want to take this professionally. We want to make sure that all our trades are done with purpose. Okay, with real data backed up by real confluences that we care about. So it's very important that we stick to our plan, no matter the cost here. Okay. So for that reason, I will not be able to guarantee potential trades today because you never really know exactly what happens during the CPI, right? So we really have to pay attention here. But what I want to do today with you guys, especially, which is going to be super interesting, and I'm really looking forward to see that as well, because I'm also learning more about the order flow behind it, the actual orders in the marketplace, the footprint chart, especially. This is the 15-minute time frame right now. We have been flat, we have been ranging, we have not been doing much. So what we're trying to see here today is when the CPI comes out, how this moves, where these orders are going to be placed. And if my plan works out there, we're going to go over the market, we're going to go over the charts in the second tier. So we actually have some sort of plan. I want to make sure that this is for sure observed when we hit the CPI, because I really want to see where in this news candle we're going to experience in around 18 minutes from now, where in that candle the most volume was traded, okay? And I might find a setup built around that specific candle. So we're looking forward to go over that. But with that said, let's make sure that we are fully aware of what's going on right now on gold here. We're clearly holding support, right, guys? We're clearly holding support. Let me zoom in a little bit here so everything is clear. There we go. We're clearly holding support. Okay, so right now you can see that we're actually holding up above the point of control of that range. It's such a beautiful level here. So it could easily be that today will just be a day where we will simply continue to go higher if the dollar indeed slows down here. But we all have to wait and anticipate here. I think the confirmation will come after. But we have to really observe and look at the data, look at the news, look at the order flow, and see if you can find any good setups in a high impact or high risky environment, okay? That is today here. The most important news event of the month, next to, of course, the NFP and the FOMC here, all right? So in case you don't know me, G's, my name is Lorenzo Corrado. I'm here to teach you guys how to trade live on stream for free. I've written a book here with my team here. We written this book for you as well. You can download this one for free. It's in the description. So, you know, free live, free education, and of course, my perception of the market. And I'm always trying to get better every single day as well here. I'm trying to learn and get better and just share what I discover with you guys. And hopefully you guys can learn something from it too here. I'm here to make money just like you. Okay, so obviously a quick disclaimer, when it comes down to order flow, this to me is also a year of work. That is not that much from a trading perspective. It's not as much as you know, the other things that I've done for years, which is the order flow, or so the volume profile, you know, the candlestick charts, etc. Here, I've traded this for years already, right? We have done hundreds of streams already, but this is quite new to me. So I'm here to learn and let's see what we can do. Okay, so if you guys are excited for this session, make sure to press a 1 in the chat and also a yes in the chat, and smash up that like button, guys. That would really help me, okay, for all the free education that we give here. The trades that we have given, beautiful winning trade yesterday. It was such a beautiful trade, so clean. That's the only thing that will be needed from my side, right? It will be very helpful because this will obviously help grow the channel as well here, okay? So with that said, let's get to work. And let's make sure that we are fully ready to see what's going on here and have at least some, you know, scenarios kind of planned here, because we really want to make sure that we are at least not going to enter the CPI without an understanding of what is actually going on in the market right now. But one thing is for certain, guys, in my opinion right now, if you go to the 4-hour time frame, okay, we broke above that range yesterday, right? We actually broke above this and we're kind of, yeah, what can I say? We're kind of hovering around right now, right? We're hovering around that range here. The daily is still supported. We bounced on the daily demand. We have, of course, created some new demand as well here. And this is exactly where we bounced it from. So we found that support right there, okay? So this is a very important zone on the higher time frame. And of course, this will be a very important zone also in the higher time frame, which is sitting on futures at least at the 5,300. So our goal and our idea is there a chance today that we will get there, or will the CPI, you know, pretty much ruin this overall initial push, and will gold fall back into this original range again? So that's something that I cannot predict right now, and this is something that we really have to be patient with, okay? But at the moment we're finding support and we have that gap, we have room to go up here, but we just have to wait and see how yeah, the news opens up. What kind of data is actually coming out here? Is it important? I think it's very important, because if the oil prices go up, and this is in my opinion very key, if the oil prices go up tremendously, you know, this might impact the inflation that comes with that, okay? Now, obviously, this is from the last month, so it's not yet the updated data from what's currently happening with Iran and all that shit, okay? But who knows? Maybe there is some anticipation already of that as well here. So we're just gonna take that a little bit with a grain of salt and just pay attention here. Now on the 15-minute time frame, you can still clearly see that we're bullish, okay? Why? Because we are respecting pretty much every major type of structure for now. And we are pretty much holding above a previous range. And, you know, you kind of can see that we have not been breaking major structure to the downside, okay? We are just building lower lows and lower highs. We're kind of building that short-term trend, but this could easily be, guys, just a simple, you know, how do you call this? A falling wedge or something? Or a bull flag? I don't know. But this could simply be a build-up towards a new breakout. Easy, right? This is something that I will take in consideration, but the order flow eventually will confirm if this is actually going to be the case or not. Okay? When it comes down to the volume profile, we marked out currently, of course, the swing low to the swing high here. And we can see that we have two very important areas where there is less volume traded. We call it a low volume node. And in that low volume node, there tend to be, these tend to act as strong areas of support as well here. You can see this previously already. So in case price pulls back, we have to look at these boxes that I've marked out already. okay? But that is something definitely to pay attention to if price comes down as well here, okay? Now, on the dollar side, the dollar has been recovering a little bit. So that is something that we have to see. The dollar has been pushing up, finding that support right now at the moment. But on the daily time frame, the dollar is still a major resistance here. We just are finding support, and we might actually again pull back a little bit. So we have to just wait to see what the dollar does, because the dollar is still trending upwards from this overall daily trend, even though we are in higher time frame resistance. So it's the combination of the dollar weakness, which will provide us with that gold strength, and yeah, hopefully we see that negative confirmation come actually to fruition still, okay? But we have to wait and see. And my biggest objective here, guys, is that we are here to obviously observe the data, and I think the order flow is where it's at for us to see how does this develop. What does a new candle actually show us when it comes down to the orders inside of that candle, okay? And we might find some very important data, or some hints, I could better say, some signals to potentially understand the actual direction of the market in the pullback or in the next 50-minute candle. So the first 50-minute candle will be a candle where we are patient, and then the next 50-minute candle, we hopefully get a bit more clarity about the direction of the market for the rest of the session, or at least until the New York Stock Exchange open. All right, so we have around 10 minutes, G's. Let's take our time, let's be patient, and let's simply see how price goes from there here. Overall, let me know if you guys like this format. Okay, I think this is something very sustainable. My goal is to be here, yeah, from Monday to Friday, right? At least for 2 hours. New York open, the New York Stock Exchange open, and I think that gives us a really good understanding of gold and potentially the Nasdaq if gold doesn't really give us what we want here. So we have two options, okay? Goldie or the Nasdaq. I am a big gold trader. I freaking love gold. Gold is my baby, okay? But if you have to go to the Nas, I mean, there are clearly a lot of opportunities there as well here, and a lot of guys are trading the Nas as well. I think the combination of that can be extremely accurate. But yeah, definitely let's primarily focus on gold, and then we'll go from there. What are your settings for the volume profile? Could you show the fam? Yes, sir. We go to the settings here, and we look at the inputs, and we can see that we have the 128 row size and 70 value area, okay? Now, when you get started, I think it's like 70 or something. I think it's something like that. Or it's like, what, 28 or something? Was it like 28, something like that? Or even lower, I don't even know. But anyways, then it looks like this. No, it's definitely not this one. 20 maybe. It looks like this, right? And I'm not a big fan of this. I like to refine the volume profile, okay? Because it's still tick-based. It's a proxy, because it's not the real order flow data on TradingView at least. So I like to put this at 128 so it's more refined. So I can definitely see where, you know, more volume was traded and where less volume was traded. And I think this helps tremendously here. Okay. Krusty Axelrod says, doing my analysis, gold should go up before going down. Or it should go to 52.7 before going down. Do you agree? 52.7 is at the VWAP, right? The value high of that range, of that swing, pretty much. I mean, to be honest, bro, I'm not gonna sit here and predict the outcome of the market right now. Okay, I hope that makes sense, because yeah, I do have scenarios in mind, right? But I don't really like to predict the news, because anything is possible during the news. We've experienced, I think, on the streams, I don't know, 30, 40 CPI events. And in the end, the conclusion is that it's pretty random. So, you know, we can be on the right side, you can be on the wrong side. It's very hard to really predict from my perspective. Even though, same thing with trading. I was in a trade before. I remember this very well. I'll never forget that. I was in a trade in profit, and I put my stop loss on break even before the CPI. And because the move was so aggressive, okay, with slippage, or we call it slippage, where there is a delay in execution, my stop loss on break even got hit, and I still lost a significant amount of money. Okay, so from that moment, I decided to be very careful, even though, you know, you can put your stop loss and break even, you can already be in a profitable position. If the candle just wicks through your stop aggressively, you can still get screwed, like for real, quickly. Okay, so be very careful with that. I mean, this from my experience, I experienced this a couple times, but one time was really bad. I will never forget that. I lost a lot of money on that one. Okay, just so you know, brokers are different, but hey, I don't want you to get screwed for no reason. Okay. Especially when you're already in a profitable position and you think like, oh, I can just put my stop loss on break even and now I'm safe. Well, guess what? If the move is really aggressive, that is not going to be that's not going to be the case. Predominantly, okay? So I've seen this before. Other times it didn't even hit my stop. It's like, it's crazy. Okay, so we have around 5 minutes left. Let's see what happens here. The expectation is on the year over year to have the exact same outcome, 2.4% as the previous, so no change in inflation data. If it's going to be higher than 2.4%, okay, it is usually good for the dollar and bad for gold. I mean, in theory, okay, so don't take that for granted. In theory, it's supposed to be bad for gold and good for the dollar. If it's lower than 2.4%, then it's supposed to be bad for the dollar and good for gold. Okay, higher inflation means higher chances of interest rates or an interest rate hike, which then affects, of course, the dollar. Usually the dollar gets stronger from an interest rate hike, at least the conspiracy or the speculation around it, and that will be considered to be bad for gold. Okay, so the year over year is mainly what I'm looking at right now. And of course, the month over month and the core CPI is an additional layer, which is also not something we can neglect either. Can you draw lines to show how gold run later? Yeah, so what I want to do in this session today is I want to actually look at the order flow right as when the news comes out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put gold on one side and the 15-minute candle on the other side. And I'm going to quickly make sure that you guys can see it clearly. So let's see if I can fix this on the stream. Let me quickly remove the chat here. Okay. There we go. And then we put gold on this side. And we're going to zoom in on the gold chart here as well. Right there. And we're going to put this one right here. Okay. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens with the actual order flow. And then we're going to put gold here. I'm going to put gold on the 5-minute here. So we actually have a bit of an understanding on the lower time frame. And then here we have gold on the 15-minute. Okay. Right there. I think that is perfect. Yes, sir. I think that should be good. Okay. Yeah, so far profitable trading week, guys. Let's make sure that we are professional, that we don't get into stupid trades, you know. If there's something that I learned about trading, is that you can be literally, guys, honestly, you can be the best trader in the world. I'm not joking. And then you have a bad day and you do something fucking stupid. Do you recognize that? You're killing it. You're controlling the market. You feel like you got it all. You're absolutely crushing the market. And this is just like, you're thinking you got it. You're extremely confident. And then you make one fuck up because you were distracted or you didn't feel good or you got too confident, too cocky, whatever. And you just ruin everything you worked for. All right? So don't let this happen to you anymore. Don't allow yourself to get into that mindset, because this is how even the most professional traders lose money, right? It only takes one trade to fuck it all up, right? That's just the reality. All right, 1 minute, G's. 1 freaking minute. Let's actually put the heat map right there. Perfect. And then we put this one there. And then we put the order flow there. All right. Watch this next 50-minute candle here. Okay, on the order flow chart. And we're gonna cover what's happening in terms of buyers and sellers. Okay. This is of course gold here on the 5-minute time frame on the candlestick chart. And this is where I want to learn to see what's going to happen here. I'm also very curious. All right. 11 seconds. Let's go. Boom. Major move. 2.4, 0.3, 0.2. So neutral. Okay. Just neutral. Nothing crazy. Actually, really nothing special, actually. All the same exact data here. Gold is dropping. Gold is dropping here a little bit. Not much. Not much volume here. Okay. Very neutral, actually. Let's go to the 5-minute. All right, there we go. Buying into the VWAP. Sellers are now starting to push. Get involved here. Very neutral overall. Very neutral today. Dollar is pushing up a little bit, as you can see. Dollar is trying to push higher. Gold's clearly pushing lower. Okay. It's the exact same candle as you see right here, guys. The same candle, okay? It just shows you the green and the red. Okay, let me explain how this works. So the red is where the majority of traders at that level were sellers, okay? Versus the green where the majority were buyers. You can see where price is currently at, okay? You can see that sellers are now trying to push price down while these buyers are currently stuck in their position here, even though price has not really been doing much yet, okay? It's kind of neutral so far. Very neutral candle, by the way. Definitely not a big move at all. Definitely not a big move at all here. Hello, Lorenzo. Where is your VWAP starting? The VWAP is at 5,204. 5,205. All right, so on the 50-minute, you can see it a bit more clear. Sellers are trying to push down, but they're actually unable to push price down. So it's very neutral today. Very neutral today. Very neutral. This is actually one of the weakest CPI events I've seen in a long time. Very. Good to see you, Shaheen, man. Let's give some warm welcome to all the people here on the stream. It's good to have you back. I will be streaming 5 days a week here. We've been taking a couple trades already. Very nice this week. The first trading week in a while. Live again. Very nice to be back with you guys. Let me see what we have here with us in the building while we're waiting for this candle to develop a little bit. Let's see what we have here. We have Timbo Slice, my G. Welcome back. Good to see you, bro. As always, thank you for all the support. I know you from way back. And Sako, my G, you too. Mariana, you too. Mubarak, my G, welcome back. Good to see you, bro. Tom, Grim Reaper. Hey, he's back. He's back. Very nice, G's. Good to see you all. How much do you risk per trade in your personal account? Around $1,000 per trade. Razam, hey man, how are you? I'm doing good, my man. What about you? Good to see you, bro. Daniel Berger, good to see you. All right. Multi-man, best regards from Poland. Still boxing. Now, I'm currently retired from boxing, man. I'm fully focusing on the gym. Is it possible to learn your book in German? It's currently only in English. Nature Pulse, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the stream. All right. Anyways, if you look here right now at the 5 minute, you can see that sellers are starting to push and take control here, okay? Clearly the move is happening right now. Clearly we're seeing that the majority of guys are selling aggressively. All these buyers that you see right now, right here, guys, in this candle, okay? So this is the difference between order flow and a candlestick chart, right? This is the exact difference. You can right now see clearly right here that the majority of buying happened here, okay? So the majority of buying actually happened there. And these buyers right now are stuck in their trade. They're stuck in their position, okay? So the 5 minute candle closure has officially been completed. That means that right now, all right, and this is gonna be very important, sellers are taking control here. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna mark out this box where the selling was the most aggressive in this candle, all right? I'm not joking, we're gonna put it right here. And then I'm gonna put that same box right around there, okay? The same box right there. And see what happens if price pulls into it. All right, this is very interesting. Very, very interesting. Obviously, for trades right now, we have to be a bit patient because we need to see how price develops here. I can't force anything during major news events like this here, but it's very interesting to see how, you know, these candles develop. And I hopefully can show you something very interesting within this gap that has been created, or this candle that has been created right there. Okay. Mirna says, Ramadan, bro, haram. Well, you know I live in Bali, right? You know it's dark here, right? Just saying. All right, price sitting at 5185. Sellers are still taking control here. Most important candle closure will be, of course, the 15-minute candle closure. All right, the 15-minute will be clearly the most important closure. There is no doubt. There is no doubt about that. Selling is aggressively pushing now. Buyers are stepping in here, finally. Okay, now we're gonna mark out some levels here because this is gonna get very important. We're gonna mark out the most important level here, which is, in my opinion, this zone. Because I might be buying here, not joking. I might actually be buying here. Because this has been major support. You can see that there were trapped sellers. We call it our box. We exactly took the same trade yesterday. We took the same exact trade. Trapped sellers, a lot of selling in this candle. Price couldn't break it. A lot of selling again in this candle. Price couldn't break it. And now we're dropping, right? Now we're coming down. And we're not far away. We're not far away from that candle right here. Or from that block right there, which is sitting at 5174, which is actually at the value area low, okay? This is very important. It is actually at the value area low of that range we talked about there on a 15-minute time frame. So it's that pink line that I've marked out here, which is something that I might be buying from. We are also talking about this indicator right around here. Let me actually make sure you guys can see this. We're talking about this indicator right here. And we seem to see whenever we undervalued, okay, we tend to bottom out here. We have been taking trades yesterday on stream. We took 2 trades by being undervalued right around there, okay, against the dollar. The accuracy has been top notch. So if we can drop a little bit more, that will obviously be the best case scenario, because the dollar is getting rejected already. The dollar is already a little bit struggling right now. If you guys can see that right here, the dollar has been holding up quite well, but it's definitely in resistance already. Okay, so we'll have to wait and see how price develops. Yeah, Lorenzo, long time. Glad to see you back. Thank you, my G. Hope you're doing well, bro. Yeah, anyway, so we're still in a balanced session. This is definitely still a balanced trading session. Why? Because we're pretty much ranging still, right? We don't have really a really strong, reversal or anything that shows us any form of like an expansion or anything like that. I actually think that we're holding up really well right now. Okay, we're holding up really, really well. So we have to take this, in my opinion, very serious. But I still want gold to drop down a little bit more in order for me to be buying here, because buying here is just not from my perspective, not the best decision. We want to buy low and we want to sell high. I don't want to buy here at this level right now. I prefer to buy a little bit lower because we do have another major level sitting there. And I think that will be a much more interesting level if we can actually get there. Okay, so let's see if we can make that happen here. And the reason why that's important is because you will see in a second, we're going to tap into this box that I marked out that we just looked at. And we're going to struggle, in my opinion, right here a little bit. Okay, so we're going to see how that goes. In 4 minutes, we will close the 15-minute candle, and that will give us a really, really strong confirmation of where we are. Billy Joe says, the orders in black boxes are limit orders like in a DOM. So these are the market executions, okay? These are all the market executions inside of that candle. These are all the activated orders, okay? These are factual, all right? The orders that you see on the left side, or the right side, sorry, these are the limit orders right here, okay? You can see there's a lot of uncertainty right now. You can see that it's very equal. Both buyers and sellers are trying to set themselves in here. So there is not a lot of confirmation here right now at the moment. Okay? But you can see clearly that these are all the limit orders that you can see here. So it's kind of like the bookmap. If you guys know the bookmap, maybe you've heard about it, maybe not. And the actual orders in one. Okay? Which is very, very cool. Very, very nice. Okay, look at what happened, guys. Do you see what I mean? I just want to show you this, okay? Because this is that last order. Where did it tap into? Right into this box. Do you see that? This is where sellers do control. So that means that sellers right now are still trying to protect their level. Right? Sellers are actively involved here. So this is why buying is not the right option right now. But I'm not necessarily really bearish biased in the midterm. So I prefer to just wait for gold to come down a bit more in case, and then potentially get into a buy. That would be the ideal case scenario right now. Because clearly selling is aggressive, and we're going to find just too much resistance up here right now in the short term. Okay. Yeah. This is something that we see a lot. During the CPI, you can see how the first candle reacts and how the first candle develops. And I think that gives us a really, 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 really good indication of where we stand. Okay. So this is on the 1 minute time frame. A lot of selling has happened here. And you can see how this will be the resistance right now. Okay. Now, of course, you can see that it perfectly aligns with our strategy. The LTA concepts, the trading, war map that we've created for you. So you can learn about the volume profile for free. I highly recommend you to go through it. At least like just go through the book itself, study it. Because I think it's just stupid not to download this book for free. We've put in, I think, almost a year into this, okay? And the reason why is because I knew that for the streams, I wanted to come with something special. I wanted to come with something that people would really appreciate having, and something that we can talk about on stream together, right? So I think that the book is the perfect hybrid, because I can constantly refer back to the book when actually showing you things in real life, right? Or how do I say that? In real time. There we go. Now, not much is happening so far though with the CPI here. We're not really moving. No crazy volume today. So we'll see how this develops. Joey says, I read your book, just finished section 1 and pulled the previous weekly volume profile. The previous weekly POC sits right between your low volume node and fixed very low, which is a very nice confluence. Hey, that's well spotted, my bro. Well done. That's exactly what it was, indeed. Good job. Good job, my friend. But yeah, you can see it, right? Sellers are now in control. We pushed into this box that we marked out here. This is what we call our seller's box. And sellers are in control right now. So if you wanted to buy here, you're going to have a really hard time, right? And that's why it's not smart right now, at least at this moment, to buy gold. Even though you're at a major support level, which is very interesting. But this is why it's very important to be patient now. How long have you been trading order flow? So right now, to be honest, just a year. And I've learned a lot from my G's, my Italian friends. Fabio Valentini, if you want to look him up. Or Andrea Simi. Okay, so yeah, my Italian buddies. Even though they actually trade differently than I do, because I like to use the 50-minute time frame, the 5-minute time frame as well here, with a kind of different approach. But anyways, it's still very, very interesting. Is this gold? Yes, this is gold. This is goldy. All right, so gold's dropping a little bit. I think that's not really unexpected, to be honest. There we go. Finally, we're dropping. We're selling off here. Now we're going to get towards our first area of interest, which is this level here, this box, super important zone. We tapped into this support many times before. Very aggressive selling here. Major support right now for gold here. This is actually the real support in my opinion. So if we now can break back above these buyers again, I can confirm that buyers are taking control again. And that's a great confirmation for us to put in potentially a buy order. I think that might be indeed what we're looking for. Breaking above where these sellers got aggressive. So if we can break above the 5197 and we can flip and turn that kind of into support in a pullback. So we're not going to enter aggressively. We're not going to enter with a stop order or market order. I want to prefer to wait for the pullback again. If we see a pullback, of course. Oh, and then go from there. Something like that. So for me, this is a very valuable session today. Even though we might not be trading, who knows? We just have to wait and see. Yesterday was very clear trading setups, right? We took them very clearly. But for me, this is a very, very valuable session. Very valuable session, okay? Because I learned a lot during the CPI and how price behaves here. As you can see, we're tapping into that box, our box right here, right? And we're reacting really, really well. And this is what I mean with this level here, the fixed very low. It's a super important level here. And this makes me more bullish right now. This makes me more bullish. So I think we're getting back on track right now. I think we're getting somewhere. But again, the real difference will be if we can break above these sellers here, above this box. Okay, we can kind of turn this box into support. Then I feel really, really confident to see if we can look for buys here. I love the very low, the reaction of the very low. And if you want to learn about the very low here, okay, and everything that we are talking about, you can find this on page number, or the fixed very low, sorry. You can find it on page number 47 of your book, okay? 47, right here. It explains exactly how you mark out the volume profile correctly to find levels like these. And these are very important levels because they're built around the volume in the market. And in my opinion, one of the strongest and most accurate levels in the on the candlestick chart. Okay. We need that beat again. Where's that beat? That crazy song. Where's that song? We just need to wait for this to break higher. Shows that buyers are in control here. This one. Freaking love this song, G. Buyers are starting to come in. I'm starting to like it. A lot more buying than selling, that's for sure. All right, awaiting. Need a solid gold confirmation. CPI day. No forcing. No forcing. Just remind myself. All right, gold is just chilling right now. No clear direction here. What is gold? The dollar is still pushing higher, so there is still dollar strength, right? We really need to see the dollar chilling. We need to see the dollar calming down. Because otherwise, gold is not going to go. Gold is finding support, but if the dollar is not stopping, then it's not going to go. It's not going to go anywhere. Dexter says, what is the average risk to reward trades you take? It's usually a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. 2.5, 2-to-1, 2.5 to 1. Okay, but it depends in what type of market condition we're trading. So yesterday, for example, my recommendation is to watch the end of yesterday's stream because we took a trade. And that was more of a scalping trade, but that was just because of that market condition. I felt scalping was a bit more liable to that condition, for example. Right? So it really depends on the market condition. And I think that will give us a really good understanding if we can hold trades a bit longer, go for the higher risk-reward ratio setups, or if it's better to just get in and get out of the market. Right? So it really depends on the market condition. And I don't like to tie myself to a strict rule anymore when the market condition is different. I hope that makes sense. All right, so gold is still struggling. Sellers are definitely in control in the 5 minute. You can see that this red box shows us if we're trading below that red box, that sellers are in control. That's it. Okay? So if you want to take an aggressive trade, because the dollar is pretty strong, if you want to take an aggressive trade right now, then what people usually do is they place a short right around this level and they put their stop loss right above that box right here, which is like at 5198. Something like that. But I prefer actually myself for gold to drop a bit further down or give us a really good confirmation here and close above that box, because I think gold has eventually just more upside. And I think that the lower we're getting, the better it's going to be, because we're getting now already undervalued against the dollar. Okay, we're getting undervalued against the dollar. And I think this is something that we cannot neglect right now. Because if you go back to the historical data, when we're undervalued against the dollar, usually what you see is a bounce. Usually what you see is a bounce. Look at that. Undervalued, we bounce. Undervalued, we bounce. Undervalued, we bounce. This was yesterday's trade, by the way. Right? That was the trade that we took yesterday, right? Right here. I think it was this one. This is the trade that we took yesterday. Undervalued, undervalued. So you see that the data doesn't lie, right? So why trying to go against that bias right now? I prefer to see if you can find support and show a buyer stepping in, because that's just how the data works. Even though, right, gold might drop further, but when you're undervalued for a while, you tend to bounce. You tend to at least react to the upside. You don't want to get trapped in the short term when you are trying to get into a position, at least. That's what I experienced from what I've been trying here. So I'm really trying to avoid this right here. And I prefer to look for the bullish confirmations right now. Because the dollar is pushing up and gold is stagnating. That means that we're getting to an undervaluation. All right. The question is, where do we find strong support? That's the real question right now. That's something that we're awaiting here. So, but overall, I must say, looking at the market right now, it's a bit choppy, right? But I actually like the fact that we're not really that aggressive. I think that if the New York Stock Exchange opens up soon, that we actually might just, we might can treat it as a normal trading day. But let's see. We clearly need some more volume right now. In terms of managing the trade, do you close partials or just leave the trade to play out? And thank you for responding. I usually close trades fully. Yeah. But I mean, this is personal preference. Because if I truly believe that the market can go higher and I'm committed to an idea or trade, I just tend to hold on to the trade longer. It's like I said before, it's pretty much for me about the market condition, right? The market condition will give me a clear understanding of like, okay, we are in a balanced trading session, so we might just have to scalp. We might not break out all the way today, or we might not make like large moves, or the large move already has happened. And I'm trying to get involved now. So I'm just gonna get in, I'm just gonna get out, right? But if I have a really good entry, which I believe can be very important for the next coming hours, days, depending on gold, for example, because you know, if you get into the best entries on gold, it's worth holding on to some trades. Yeah, then it's worth holding on longer. All right, so the dollar is pushing, gold is dropping down, right? It's not really a surprise right now, like I said, that gold is dropping down here. Sellers are still in control here, as we talked about. This is why I said this. Some people would now, let's say, go short there and put their stop loss right above it at like 51998. But there we go. Now we're gonna go. Okay, now we're making actually some moves. But we're still in that major support here. We're still in this box right now. You can see how gold is struggling. It is really struggling. Okay, we have a 50-minute closure. So I'm starting to see what we can do now. Yeah, I'm starting to see what we can do here. Yeah, on the 5-minute right now, I think it's pretty clear here. Okay, let me look on the 15-minute. Let's look at the 15 real quick. Okay. Yeah, sellers are in control for sure. We knew this. You can see that there were sellers aggressively entering here, buyers as well. And when price pulled back into this candle, usually it gets rejected from the area where the most volume was traded in that candle here. So this is why we're kind of holding that resistance right there. Has your win rate increased since you started order flow? Yes, definitely. It definitely has increased. I had around a 55% win rate with a 2-to-1 risk-reward ratio without order flow. So that is a profitable strategy. Okay, that is a profitable strategy. But with order flow, most importantly, what changed for me is not always necessarily my win rate, even though my win rate is higher, but it's the risk-reward ratio. So I get more out of each trade. All right, so the conclusion on the 50-minute is that we're back in that low volume node, guys. And this is something that we now have to really take in consideration here, because this is where we found major support before, right? Look at Tuesday. Look at yesterday, for example, right? How we constantly got supported here and how we are now back at that exact level. So we have to really take this serious. I still think that with a confirmation, we might flip bullish. So this is still my bias for now. All right, so what we have to really look at right now is where were the sellers the most aggressive? And that's pretty much in this candle. So if we can break back above, let's say this high right here, okay, the 5188, then I will definitely give it a shot. I think I will definitely see if you can then potentially push higher again, okay? So yes, get involved before the VWAP. Sorry, not the 5197. Why did I say 519? The 5197. Okay, we need to break above that red box. So we want to turn this red box into support. We're gonna stay on the 5-minute time frame. And look at this again. Okay, and this is something that we just talked about just now. If you went short here, right? If you went short now because you think that gold is dropping, which it was, then why are we suddenly reversing here, right? The dollar is still holding up really well. Why are we suddenly reversing? And the valuation, like I said before, we're undervalued, okay? So when we're undervalued, there is no way I can take a sell execution. Even if the order flow is telling me that I can sell here, there is no chance that I can take a sell because the historical data shows us that when we're undervalued, we tend to bounce bullish, okay? So then the question is, right, okay, but why don't you then take a buy? Because if it's undervalued, why don't you just buy when it's undervalued? And that is a good point, but it's the combination of the undervaluation and a bullish confirmation, the order flow. That gives us the, like I'm talking the 80% win rate, okay? It's really, really crazy. All right, so let's see if we can find a trade today. All right, like yesterday and Monday. CPI is always a bit more tricky, but for me, it's a very interesting day. I really like to learn about this shit, man. It's so interesting, bro. It's so interesting. It like this to me never gets boring. I played video games like when I was a kid. I played like a lot of video games. Bro, this is the ultimate. This is the pinnacle of a video game. Like, what's better than this? It never gets boring. I've been doing this for years. Just staring at numbers on the screen for years. And it never gets freaking boring. All right, look at that bounce. Okay, this is what we talked about, right? The undervaluation here clearly gave a bounce. So if you wanted to short it, you would now be stuck in your position here. So this is why it will be very tricky to short here. Okay, very, very tricky to short right now, gold. And this is why I'm telling you guys, I'm still leaning bullish. I'm still leaning bullish, but this is the moment that we're gonna face major resistance here. So let price develop. And I think that if gold really wants to go and take us higher today, that we will find enough opportunities, okay? There are going to be enough potential scenarios where we could get into trade setups here inside a box or inside of a confirmation, a confirmation here. We don't have to rush it today. I really don't have to. I really don't want to. I don't see any reason to, because we're pretty much compressing and stuck in a smaller range. We're kind of squeezing right now, right? We're not squeezing, but we're compressing. So there is, in my opinion, no reason to rush any trades today, according to what we're seeing on the charts right now. So what you see here now is that this level, that box that we marked out, is holding. Why is this box holding? All right, so this box refers back to this candle right here. And I'm going to teach you guys something, what I'm learning now as well here. This is something I learned from, the Orderflow guys. And that is this candle right here is one 50-minute candle. And you can see that in that candle, the majority of trades were executed below here. And where it's really red means there is a lot more selling than buying. But the candle closed higher. So that means that when these sellers entered short, that these sellers got trapped in their position here. And then what happens is that price came up, it pulled back. These sellers most likely got out. But you understand, if people sell, all right, if someone presses execution sell, they want to close their position, they actually buy. They buy back their position, all right? So it's always a seller and one buyer that forms one contract. So when that happens, usually what these people do is they close their positions again, and that causes gold to push up, or that causes more buying to come into the market, okay? So what you see here is a strong negative delta of minus 200. So this candle is one of the most important candles because look at the amount of volume as well. So we mark a box and we saw that it held support there. Price came back into it. It held support again. And look at where we are now, right? There's a reason why we're holding support here. And look at all that selling below. And what happens? They can't force price higher or lower. So this is more bullish than bearish, okay? This is more bullish than bearish. Now combine that with an undervaluation, right, on the 5-minute time frame against the dollar, and you find support here, okay? So then the question is, when is it safe to enter a trade? From my perspective, on the 5-minute time frame, I think we just have to really break out and pull back. I think that's the safest entry for us, to clear out all of those sellers here and just make sure that there is a lot more runway for continuation to the upside here. I think that the more selling that takes place here, the better it's going to be if you break out. So that's why I think we don't really necessarily have to rush it at the moment. Okay. Lorenzo, when change time frame to POC, also change which time frame to use? The one that reacts the best. Just be adaptable, bro. Just be adaptable. How many times a week do you trade? So I actually took a bit of a break, but right now we are back 5 days a week from the New York Open until the New York Stock Exchange Open. And we look at gold and we look sometimes at the Nasdaq if gold doesn't do anything. So gold is our main asset. I really love trading gold. Gold is absolutely my baby. I've been trading gold forever and it never gets boring. So let me know in the chat what you guys trade. Are you guys trading gold? Are you guys trading the NQ, Forex, currencies, whatever? Let me know. How to read the footprint? I mean, my suggestion is, my friend, to just follow up. Follow up and just watch the streams on a regular basis, because we're going to bring this up a lot more now. Because it will just help us tremendously with our accuracy. Okay? I still trade Forex. I still trade the gold as well. But I still use Orderflow now and the VARN profile, which I've been doing for years already, by the way, the VARN profile. But for the streams, for sure, futures is easier because I can just show you the exact levels, right? For you, if you trade Forex, it's actually not really a problem. Because what you can simply do is you can just look at the candles. And, you know, if you see that we place a limit order there, you understand the reasoning, then you know where to place your trades as well here. So that's not really a big deal. Does Orderflow work for Forex and indices as well? Yes, you can use it for, you know, all the major dollar pairs like the EURUSD, the pound dollar, you know, all of these major dollar pairs pretty much if you trade Forex. And indices, 100, of course, 100%. This is like a standard. Definitely. All right, so there is still selling. There is still a lot of selling here, but the thing is, the 50-minute is telling us something completely different than the 5-minute right now. The 5-minute looks bearish. The 50-minute here looks like there is a lot more buying. So we're just compressing here. We just have to be patient. Definitely. I mean, we're already up for the week right now, right? We have been, you know, we're already up. So we just need to chill out. And, you know, there were so many times, bro, like I'm telling you, where I just crushed it. And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I was winning every day. No losing trades. Or no losing days, let's put it this way, right? And then Friday I fucked everything up. Going into the weekend like a freaking loser, you know? An absolute loser. Man. Story of my life. Hey Lorenzo, does your mom still trade? And what's her opinion on the recent market conditions? Yeah, my mother still trades. Matter of fact. Okay? A matter of fact. This is my mother. Yeah, this is my mother. All right? Oh. Where is it? This is my mother, G's. Yeah. Shout out to my mother. March 6th. That's 5 days ago. Yeah. Mila, my G, welcome to the channel. Hope you're doing well. My name is Lorenzo. Good to have you here, my friend. We're going to be here 5 days a week. Good to be back here. And download our free book. I have nothing to sell you, my friend. We're just here to have fun, to learn, and to trade. And to be responsible when trading. Obviously. Okay? Oh, good to see you, my friend. Welcome to the streams. Great to have you here. Are you from Amsterdam? I am actually from Rotterdam, the Netherlands. And I'm like, I'm half Dutch, half Italian, and I live in Indonesia. So it's kind of a story. It is kind of a story. Yeah, my mother passed her challenge, and she actually did it by herself. So, yo, that's some serious commitment right there. Very serious commitment right there. Obviously, following our book and our style. She's using the VAR profile, of course. She's of course using the VAR profile. And if you're new to the VAR profile and you've never used this before, you can do this on your phone too. If you trade from your phone, you can simply go to the left side of your screen. You can go to the fixed range VAR profile right here. You click on it and you can draw it over a range. This is a range. You can draw it over a large swing, a swing low to swing high. You can actually use the previous day from 6 to 6. New York time, okay? 6 to 6, 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. And you get a lot of information out of this, okay? But it's all in the book. You can read it, how to draw this correctly, and we'll probably see it on stream a lot more here. But yeah, back to the order flow, back to the charts. The 15-minute is holding up really well, clearly. Clearly, the 15-minute is holding up well. This is where you can kind of starting to see now that sellers are starting to get absorbed here, because there is selling, but price is not really breaking down, at least for now. So yeah, it's kind of a in between phase that we're in right now at the moment. So it's a very boring, I must say, CPI from that perspective of like, there's not much movement. Yeah. What time frames are you using? Okay, I use mainly the 15-minute time frame and the 5-minute time frame. Okay, so the 15-minute time frame for my overview, because I have a really good, I can filter out a lot of noise. And on the 5-minute, I can just refine my entries pretty much, right? So the 15-minute is to filter out the noise. The 5-minute is for my entries. And of course, the higher time frame is for my buys. Okay, so it's the lower time frame, the 15-minute and the 5-minute time frame is just for execution only. It's just for the execution. Okay, so this is the moment of truth. All right, let me show you what I mean with that when I say the moment of truth. Now we're going to tap into our box that we've marked out here. This is where we're going to find resistance. Keep in mind, this is still the CPI candle. All right, and this is where the sellers in that CPI candle were the most aggressive. So if we can manage to break above this again, then I consider us being bullish. So let's see what happens when we actually tap into this right now and how price responds here. When are you live? 8 a.m. EST, New York time. So Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. EST. Maybe at some point I will do like, you know, the London session as well here, because that will be very good for myself to do the London session. But I mean, New York is just New York, man. It's still my baby. There we go. Do you see that, guys? I just want to make sure you guys really pay attention to this, because this is for me a huge learning experience as well here. So for me, the stream is also a great learning experience with the CPI, because do you see how this box that I've marked out here right now is major resistance here? Why is it right there? The reason why it's there is because this is where sellers do control in the CPI. In this candle right here. So on the 50-minute right now on the chart, you think, wow, that's really bullish, right? And it actually looks really good. On the 5-minute though, you think, not really, right? Not really. So if the 50-minute and the 5-minute time frame are not aligned, and it don't give you clear confirmations on both sides, then it's not worth to enter a trade in my opinion, because there is a conflict of interest. And you can actually see that on the 5-minute here right now, that exact zone that we marked out is where we're now getting rejected. But on the 50-minute, we have that major support here. So we just need to break out. We need to see some volume. We need to see a bigger move. We need to go from balanced to unbalanced. We need to go from a balanced trading session to a more of an unbalanced trading session. That's where, in my opinion, the best opportunities will come from. Lorenzo, do you have any course or someone I can learn in Italian? No, but I'm studying Italian right now. Deeper. I'm going deeper back into my roots, studying Italian. So who knows in the future? Okay, now we're still holding up. Overall, I must say, guys, very low volume right during the CPI today. Very low volume overall. But I do think that if we do see that break above this box that we talked about here, that shows that buyers are really trying to take back control here. Because the 50-minute candle is pushing, or it's trying to break back. It came down, it pushed up, it tapped into our zone, right, at low volume node. So now it's really for me about like, is there enough momentum now to push price further here? Veni, ottimo, Lorenzo, tra poco parleremo italiano allora. Noi saremo, Vanessa. Noi saremo. Do you teach footprints in your book? Not yet, but we will definitely be talking about this pretty much every day on stream. So this is a reason to come back to the streams, because, you know, when you trade gold right here, you know, you really have the X-ray vision. When I say X-ray vision, you really have the X-ray vision. Now, I do want to be honest here, and I say I'm still learning as well, right? I'm still learning about the footprint as well. So I'm not the king of, I'm not the king of the footprint chart, right? But I'm learning every day, and it has helped me tremendously with my results. And I think the reason why is because I already had a really good foundation with my strategy. And I think it just helped me get into better entries. That's the difference. So I think it will help you if you have a strategy already and you trade gold and you're familiar with gold and how gold moves, for example. I think this can help you tremendously as well. I really believe so. So I'm going to be here pretty much every day during the New York Open. And then we can cover it together and learn about it. Trump declared that the war will end very, very soon. Does this not lead to a drop in gold? I mean, bro, when the war broke out, gold dropped already. You know what I mean? So we just look at it day by day, right? We look at the actual order flow. We look at the overall volume traded. Ooh. We look at the overall volume traded and we go from there. Now we will find our setups. Regardless, gold up or down, we will have a daily bias. We'll make sure that we have a good understanding of where the dollar is at. And I think that will take us far here. So I do not want to make any expectations around just news, right? I need at least some tangible data, something that I can really use to trade with as well. Because we talked about this already in our weekly analysis. We did a weekly analysis with our group, which is closed for new members. So I have nothing to sell you now. But We talked about the difference between being a really good analyst and a good trader, right? There are a lot of people that are really good analysts. So they know exactly, gold is supposed to drop because of X and Y, or it's going up because of the war, blah, 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 right? They have a lot of data, for example, to back up, and they're really good analysts. They understand the market and the economy very well, but they're really bad at their execution and their trading, and they don't make money in the market. So what in essence is the most important, in my opinion, is that you are both. You are both a good analyst and you learn about the economy, right? I think it's a necessity. And at the same time, you are a good executioner, right? If you can combine both, and even when you're scalping, I can guarantee you, even when you're scalping, you can get into a better trades because your bias is by default better on average. And I think if you can combine both, I think you have a real edge in the market, a real advantage. All right, so look at this. This red box is holding, okay? I hope you guys understand how this works. So to explain this one more time, you see this candle? This is the CPI candle right here, okay? This is the CPI candle right there. So this candle is the CPI candle, okay? Let's actually go through it. This candle right here is the CPI candle, okay? Right here. That's the 5 minute, the 5 minute candle on the CPI. Now, at first we moved up and we created a lot of buying. So here's where the majority of buyers stepped in. And then sellers took control here, right? And price started to come down. And the moment we pull back into that box where sellers took control, that's where we find our resistance here. So what will define our bias? In my opinion, if we can break back our bullish bias, if we can break above these sellers. Because now it's getting rejected. It's very interesting. This is something I've learned, and it's so accurate. It's sometimes I'm still baffled by it, to be honest with you. I really am. And you would never see that in the candle, right? Itself. You would never really see that in the candle itself. So that's why it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Yeah, there we go. That's why we're still getting rejected. We're still on the weaker side. So we still have no trades because we're holding that support here very strong. And here we're looking at a rejection. So we're kind of ranging. We're flat. The 5 minute is still is not really doing much here. Yeah. Now, in the meantime, let's go to the Nasdaq, okay? Because we have to look at the Nasdaq right now. The Nasdaq has just opened up bullish. Very strong pushing here. Very strong push to the upside here. So I think it's worth taking a look at the Nas. Yesterday we marked out that box that still we haven't mitigated the zone yet, this low volume node. But we can actually see now on the Nasdaq that we are kind of respecting the previous daily range. And we broke back above this level. So I think that we found new support here on the Nasdaq from a smaller range that we have formed here. So let's just use that for now. Because it's clear that the Nasdaq is holding that support there. And we're breaking out. So if the Nasdaq is going, this might be potentially good for gold here. So if we can look for a pullback later, maybe the Nasdaq will give us something interesting. But let's see first what the 15-minute does. On gold, at least, we're pretty neutral right now. That's for sure. What's the name of the indicator? The indicator is called the Stealth Valuation Index. It measures gold against the dollar. Lorenzo, haven't you seen streaming in a long time? Where have you been? Yeah, so we have been doing a lot of things behind the scenes right now. We are back now fully though with the live streams. So it's good to see you, my man. Welcome back. And yeah, we're back trading every day again. I love it. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be there. So if you like these sessions and you learn something, you know, you can ask me anything here. Daniel, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. I would highly appreciate if you guys can smash up that like button. It helps me tremendously grow this channel here. You know, we're already growing. That's how it goes. We're coming back and we're already growing. You know, it can go really, really quickly. And that's because of our community, man. We have a really good community. You guys, you know, are really familiar with what we do here. But this time we're going to do it a little bit differently, okay? This time we're going to just enjoy, we're going to learn, we're going to trade together, we're going to just make sure that we are on the same page at the same time. We're here to trade, we're here to get better. And my goal, of course, is to make money responsibly, or at least as responsible as possible, okay? Now, how many trades do I average take per week? It totally depends. Like, you know, at least we should see one trade a session. But if there are things like news days or there is literally no volume in the market, yeah, you can't force anything, right? So that's just the way it is. But like I said before, there were days where I was just crushing it the whole week. And then I got cocky and confident. And then I just wanted to trade because I quote unquote wanted to get into a trade. And then guess what? I blew it all. No, I didn't blow it all, but I fucked it all up for the week. No chance that we'll allow ourselves to get into that mindset again. Eugene, my G, welcome back. Good to see you, man. Are the streams back for good? Yes, sure. Yo, bro, yesterday's trade was crazy. I mean, it was a good trade. I mean, it was a good trade. I mean, it was a good scalp. It was a clean entry, though, for sure. It was definitely a clean entry. It was definitely a nice entry yesterday. That's for sure, right? Ooh. So clean. Yeah, so the stealth valuation index is something that we've created. Maybe in the future I will do some giveaways for this. That would be nice. I think that could be a really good idea. Let me do some giveaways for this tool here. It's actually very similar to the RSI, but it's just the RSI. I call it the RSI on steroids. The RSI on steroids, okay? Stoici says, I've been here for like 3 years. I can't trade in America with his prop firm. I don't have a prop firm. I learned a lot though, so thankful for Lorenzo's knowledge. I appreciate that, man. And good to see you. Good to see you. So for now, gold is coming down, right? This red box is holding. Sellers are holding. But at the same time, we are at major support on the 15-minute here, which is actually, if you look at it from this perspective, it's actually right here. Right, so you're kind of getting rejected here. And we are holding there. So this is like a 50-minute support here. And this is a 5-minute resistance there, right? Pretty much. So clearly, as long as we stay in this range, there is not really much that we can do. That's the difference here. I do see how this support holds very well. But you can also see how this resistance is holding very well. So as long as we're in that range here, we just need to be, we need just to sit it out and see if gold can actually make a move, right? I already realized I need some new bangers, geez. I need some new freaking bangers. Some really like nice beats. It really makes all the difference when trading. I'm not joking. I get into like I get locked in. Not this one though. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. NQ is pushing. Yeah, the NQ is trying to break out, right? NQ is doing its best to break out here, for sure. But let's actually see if we can break out here. Because I think we can still pull back, actually. We'll see. Yeah. What is your favorite instrument to trade, G's? Let me know in the chat here. Is it gold? Is it Nasdaq? Is it the euro, the dollar, yen? I don't know. What is your favorite instrument to trade? Let me know. We should actually do a poll, man, because I'm very curious here. Favorite instrument: gold, silver, indices, NQ, ES, currencies. I'm not going to ask about oil. I don't think there are many guys that are fully focused on oil. So I'm just curious, man. Let me know in the chat, please. Or can you, if you could do this vote. I just want to know what kind of guys here are looking to trade gold, silver, indices, etc. And what actually is the balance here? Because it actually helps me also for the streams, of course. I personally really like... yeah, we all know what I like. It's pretty obvious. Yo, gold. Guys, do you actually think that we're still going to break out today? What do you guys think? Because this is the most slowest CPI we've seen so far. For sure. No doubt. I mean, just look at the order flow, right? On the 50-minute here. I mean, the volume is there, but price is just stuck. It's really, really stuck in between these two, in between these two levels here. All right, looking at the poll here, let's see. 71% says gold and silver, 100 votes. 17% says indices, and 12% says currency. So it's very obvious that you guys are here to trade gold. That's for sure. That's for sure. That's for sure. 72%. Okay. Well, then we're on the same page. We're on the same page, G's. Anyways, so the dollar is relatively strong, right? That's something we cannot neglect right now. The dollar is holding up really well. And the dollar actually bounced from that initial level that we marked out as well. So you can see that the dollar strength is there. And I think this is why gold is struggling here a little bit. All right, this is probably the reason why gold has having a hard time right now. And this is also the reason why we couldn't break that support, I guess. Right? So, or sure, that resistance. So what I'm going to look for is probably exactly what I talked about before, and that is just either wait for price to get lower on the 15-minute, because at some point we will get to an undervaluation on the 15-minute time frame. And that to me is just very important, because that usually gives us a really strong bounce. There is just absolutely no doubt that usually we see a reaction from that on the 15-minute. Look at all the times where we got undervalued here, how we found the bottom, right? We literally found the bottom here. Even if it's short term, at least for an hour, 2 hours, we're finding the bottom. And that's enough for us to take a trade. So you can see all the times when we are undervalued, we find the bottom, and we're not that far away from it. So yeah, for that reason, for me personally, if price has to go lower, it has to go lower. But I'm pretty confident that that we probably will have to find support at some point and then just create a nice trade from the bounce or something. But for now, we're already in a major area of support here. So we are still holding our box, okay, on the 15-minute time frame. So I just hope that we can break out here. Okay, it's pretty obvious to me right now, guys. If we break above this candle high, okay, which is this one, right here, you could say the enter model 3 in our book. Okay, so this is on page number, let me actually show you the exact entry I'm looking at right now. If you go to execution on page number 59, yeah, 59, you can actually see that we have been dropping, right? We've been kind of ranging and dropping, and we break structure. That is an enter model 3. So this is kind of what I'm looking at right now. If we can break above this high, I'm pretty confident we can actually just continue higher, because it shows us from the order flow perspective that we can break above the sellers of the CPI. So that's something that I'm willing to do. So either we do that and price actually breaks out, which then shows us pretty much that we will, you know, just simply break out of this, I don't know how you want to call it, like pattern or bull flag or whatever you want to call it, right? Falling wedge, or I don't know. Or we just come down lower and we actually get undervalued on the 15-minute time frame, which has a really high accuracy. We know this already from the historical data, right? So that's kind of the thought process for me. So yeah. Hi, when do you come live? It's been a long time I didn't see you. Yes, we've been live already since Monday. So Monday was nice. We took a trade. I think it was the break-even trade, because we were in a range. We were in profit initially, and then we broke even. And then on Tuesday, yesterday, we won. I had 2 good trades yesterday. And today is the CPI, so you can already see that we are pretty slow. But we're waiting for a nice confirmation here. Love to see people trade live. Yeah, man. I mean, I love it. I love it. I love it too. This is how I started. But to be honest, I'm going to be really honest with you. I'm still getting better right now. Of course, I'm learning order flow and like I'm still trying to understand it better and better every day. So I can only pretty much tell you what I know now, what I've learned now, and I can guarantee that I will only get better. But I'm definitely a much better trader than I was when I started streaming. Like, for sure. There's no doubt. 100%. Much better. Marcel, my G. Welcome, man. Welcome to the channel. Hope you're having a good day, man. A beautiful Wednesday. It's usually that I can't wait for Mondays anymore. I'm excited for Mondays. Mondays are the best phase. Why? Because the market opens up, ladies and gentlemen. The market opens back up. So Monday is my favorite day of the week. So I hope that eventually your Monday will be your favorite day of the week as well. All right, G? Let's make Mondays our favorite day of the week. Let's make that happen. That's what we're gonna do. Give me 1 second. Yeah, we're still dropping. Clearly. We're still coming down. I think the dollar is just holding up really well. Ah, it's actually slowing down here. Okay. Okay, now things are going to get very interesting. Because if we are dropping here and we're getting undervalued, I think the best buys, I'm not joking, the best buys, if we continue to drop here, the best buys are going to be right at 51.30. Okay, that's pretty low, but that would be the best buy of the session. If it would be considered to buy, in my opinion, that would be the best buy of the session. Yeah, so let's see if that's actually the case here. But do we really want to like wait for price to get all the way down there? Of course not, right? Clearly not. We can also just break above the 91, and then we look for the same buy signal. So for me, it doesn't really matter. We break down or we break above the 91 here, above this high here. A lot of selling right now. I really like this actually. Wow, I really like this. A lot of selling here. Look at that selling and look at how it's getting absorbed. This is a good signal. Okay? This is what you want to see, man. This is what you want to see. A lot of selling, right? In this 50-minute candle. But if there is so much selling, right? And the delta is negative and the volume is really high, how is this candle green? How is this candle green if there are more sellers in that candle? That means there are more limit orders, right? There is an absorption. Someone is absorbing these market sells, aggressive selling. And you can see that this candle is flipping. That is a bullish signal. That is a bullish signal. Exactly at what we call the low volume node right here. This is why this zone we marked out as our box is so important. Because you kind of swept all these lows here. And now you're flipping, right? So if you now break out after and buyers are taking control, to me, that's really bullish. That's really bullish. That last squeeze, that last manipulation for that breakout to the upside here. To me, that's bullish. But now it's about volume. Now it's about follow through, right? So if you are really aggressive with your trading, then this candle closure is going to be super important, because this 15-minute closure closes in 5 minutes. And then we might have a new box right here. And this could turn into support, okay? And what some people then do is they place a trade here and they put their stop loss below the candle. So yeah, let's see where we close this 15-minute candle now, because this was a good squeeze for sure. A good trap for sellers. Or a bad trap, I could better say, for sellers. A bad trap. Weird Theory says, bro, I've been trading the low volume node for past 15 years. I just came across your video randomly. This low volume node should work. Yeah, let's see, bro. Let's see if we can actually close above this, above the 5174. That will be considered really good. And then the real confirmation is above the CPI selling, above the 5197. Right? So this is what you see in on the candlestick chart. It's like an entry model 3 in our book, which is the 5191. So above this white line, this is where we could really confirm that buyers now officially are in control, because sellers got trapped here. This is where the CPI candle, this is where the CPI resistance was, the selling. If you can break above that, then that's just that's a really good setup for buys. This is more aggressive. If you want to hope that this is the bottom, that's way more aggressive. But it's definitely possible that this is the bottom. It's definitely possible here. Also, guys, thank you for the subs. A lot more subs coming in today. I appreciate you guys. Your support is highly appreciated for this free education here. So thank you for the support and the likes as well on the video, and I do appreciate it. Thank you. Toby and Charlie, welcome back, or welcome, I could better say. Good to see you. Yeah, but this is bullish. This is bullish. This is bullish. 2 minutes for this candle closure. 2 minutes for this candle closure. Look at these trapped sellers here. Right? A lot of volume right now. 4.1K is a lot of volume. Negative delta, okay? So in this bullish candle on the 15-minute, there is more selling than buying, and the majority of selling was here. So if the candle closes above that, guess what? These sellers are now stuck in their trade. Where are they place their stop losses? Right? Or where are, I could better say, if there is so much selling there and they're stuck in their position, it's a bad sign, because what's going to happen if price pulls back, there's a chance that these guys are going to close their sells again. And if they close down their sell positions, right, they actually buy. Because if you are in a sell, then your exit is a buy stop or a buy limit. And this causes only more momentum to the upside. It fuels the move to the upside. So this is why this is very bullish. At least that's what I've learned. over the past couple of months. Shout out to Fabio. So a trade entry could be, and I'm not joking, it could be the 5174, which is right at the, look at the 5 minute. We're pretty overvalued. Now we have to be patient. We have to wait for the breakout and retest. We have to wait for the breakout and retest for sure. Yeah, at least that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wait for the break and retest here. So we're gonna get back to the sellers from the CPI candle. This has been where the seller stepped in during the CPI. This is the CPI candle. This is the rejection. So if we need to break above this and then pull back. And I think that's the safest entry of this stream, of this session here. And you could see that yesterday when we traded, also, we were very patient, right? But patience truly rewarded us. It truly rewarded us because we waited for the pullback and we waited for the entry. We could clearly see that buyers were in control. Selling didn't make any sense yesterday, right? So this is why I told you guys today's session already, like I'm more bullish biased. I am more bullish biased because we have major areas of support here for gold. And now I am getting more bullish because we're just taking out all the lows and reversing here. So if we take out the lows and we break structure, yeah, that is just a very good sign. So for this reason, I am just gonna be tranquilo right now. I think that we have the closure, right? So I really hope that we pull back into the 74. So you can actually see what I mean here. I highly recommend you to pay attention to this because this is what I have seen happening all the time. Candle reverses, finds support here, and it flips bullish. Pretty crazy. Anyways, on the 5 minute right now, we are back at the CPI candle in this box. This is where we find resistance. We already knew this. So if we're gonna reverse again, this should be the moment. You can see how it's struggling, but it is definitely looking much, much, much better right now. I'm getting more and more bullish here. So we're getting somewhere. From a LTA concept standpoint, by the way, okay, from our book, we're pretty much looking at a range here, okay? This is the consolidation. This is the manipulation. And then now we're kind of witnessing the expansion, okay? So what we will be trading today, if we trade today, which it looks like right now, if we can get that follow through, that there's a big chance. We call that the CME, right? The consolidation, the manipulation, and the expansion. And we trade the expansion. So then we can use the fixed range volume profile on the left side of our screen. We go down, we mark our profile over our range, over our box, and we will trade and put a limit order, right, at any of our levels inside of that box, which is predominantly going to be the value high or the point of control, for example. Okay, so this is what we are waiting for. A CME play, a CME trade. Now, how does this look like on our chart? Let me show you. Okay, it looks like this right here, the fixed range volume profile, the consolidation, the manipulation. It's right there, guys, right? Look at that. Consolidation, manipulation, expansion. What do we see now on the chart here? The consolidation, the manipulation, clearly the manipulation, right? We took out all these lows. And then hopefully the expansion. So that's the exact setup. We've traded this pattern probably over 1,000 times. I'm not joking. Probably something like that, like a crazy number. And now with the order flow combination, we'll get into the right limit orders for sure, the right levels, hopefully. Let's see. Buddy, is there any genuine order flow course that you would recommend? Yeah, so what I would recommend you from like an order flow perspective, what institutional traders use, is I would just understand. I would not try to find an order flow strategy, okay? I would not try to find and understand and find an amazing order flow strategy. I don't think that that is really what you should be looking for. I think what you should be looking for is the understanding of how the market actually works through order flow. So order flow, I always say, is not a strategy, okay? It is not a strategy. It's the confirmation that you're looking for and the areas of interest that you're looking for. So the idea is to have a strategy and to amplify this with order flow instead of the other way around. What a lot of people do is they go and have an order flow chart and now they think that they are professional traders because they use order flow. But that's not really how it works. You need to just have a strategy already. All right? And then go from there, for example. That's my understanding of order flow. I think that's helped me tremendously. John, thank you for the sub. Welcome, my friend. Elena says first time here. Good to see you, Elena. Hope you're doing well. I'm going to be here for Monday to Friday around this time. So good to have you here and hope you're doing well. We're patiently waiting for a nice setup. But we can kind of see what's happening right now. And that we're breaking structure. We're flipping the script here. Okay? The CPI candle is right here. We know how important this box is that we've marked out, which is literally right there. And it seems like we want to break out. We want to push higher. Now, I still believe that we'll see or we'll find a pullback here very soon. I still think there is a chance we will get to the 74. And I'm actually tempted to take an entry around the 74, to be honest with you. But it is it's a more tricky entry. It will be considered to be around our previous range, which is the very, very low, right? Of this range right here. Which is pretty much an entry around, a buy around here. And then stop loss below the low volume node or a bit tighter. Like, for example, below the wick. Yeah, pretty much below the low volume node, actually. So that means like an entry somewhere around there. Something like that, right? And then stops below and then the push higher. But it's a more risky trade for sure, because the real move needs to happen, right? The real move will be the breakout move, the CME trade. But I am very curious to see how price responds here. And if we're holding up here really well, yeah, and you can see that we're holding up here, which I think we could definitely, then yeah, we might indeed get into the trade around the very low here of this previous range that we've marked out right there. So let's see. You can see how the point of control is getting rejected right now, right? And this is not really unexpected. You can also see how we are still respecting that box. We're still respecting that box right here, right? You can see that the sellers are still in control here. So this is why I'm saying just like patience is so important today. So important today. Yeah, you can definitely see it. You can definitely see it. This box has been respected pretty much the whole trading session today. So we're still definitely sellers are definitely willing to step in here. But I truly believe that the overall narrative is buying. I think the overall narrative, the overall goal here is to break out. Because you can see how we just swept all the lows in that low volume node. And how we created a lot of aggressive selling here. This is so much more selling. So much more volume traded in this candle. It's very unusually high volume. So yeah, I'm definitely not going to sell today. How to buy your book? The book is free, my friend, Peter. The book is completely for free. You can download it in the description. We have nothing to sell you on this channel right now. Who knows? Maybe I'll come up with something in the future. No, I'm joking. No, for now, the plan is to just do what we do here. Go on stream 5 days a week, making my money. And I don't know. Let's see. Just doing our thing. Latvi, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, it's getting a bit too cold again. Well, 1 second. I have issues with my air conditioning. Yeah, a lot more absorption right now, right? Clearly. Look at these bottom wicks on the 5 minute here. A lot of absorption. Oh, there we go. A lot of absorption right here now in this candle. Clearly, we're respecting buys. That's why I'm saying selling here is definitely a no-go. Even though we're in that zone here. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Big love and big respect from Ethiopia, my man. Araya Music. Yeah, so anyways, right now, clearly buyers are controlling here the pace. I'm getting more and more confident if we do pull back here that this is a really good level to buy from. I really believe this because that means that if we would pull back all the way, you think, oh, it's not going to get there. Well, it could definitely get there. It could definitely pull back. Because we're overvalued. Look at what happened last time when we were overvalued. We got rejected, okay? We're overvalued now as well here. We could definitely pull back into that box. And I think I'm going to place a buy limit there. I think I'm going to do this right now. I'm pretty clear that it's worth placing a buy limit already. And if we don't... yeah, pretty much if you don't get there, and we push up higher, then we will have a new confirmation in the next pullback with the absolute certainty that we're going to push higher, most likely here, right? Because you can see clearly what's going on right now. So for me, this is really this is definitely bullish. You know, we're gonna find resistance now. We're in that range, but the lows are taken out. We are breaking structure. I think it's time to pull back to the to our area of interest right here, which is, in my opinion, it could also be the 78, which makes total sense. So I'm gonna place a buy limit here, just in case. At the very low. Yeah, I don't know what my target is going to be. I have no idea. So I'm not going to put a target. Let's see. Where can we put our stop loss? Stop loss at 60... 62? 62. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I have at least put a buy limit here on the 5 minute right now, which will help us getting into this zone right here. If we pull back, yeah, I do believe we have a potential good entry there. So it could be something like this. I just don't know where my target will be. I don't have a clear idea yet in my mind for a target. But it has to do with the large range before this and the very low of that range. And if we do manage to break out higher, let's say if we just go here, right? We break above this range, and then any pullback is a simple continuation trade. So that will also be a long. And then I will cancel this buy limit, and I will wait for a new confirmation and enter with a new limit order right around there. So, and then we can clearly target the highs here as well. The daily highs, right? Is that the daily highs? The daily highs, yes. So that's actually a really good target, in my opinion. The daily highs, by the way. I don't know why I didn't tell you guys that earlier, but that is actually something that I would be looking at. That makes total sense. Back to the daily highs. Yeah, something like that. So that's one. Stop loss at 61.5, I would say. That was that level. Yeah. Yeah, so I hope he pull back, actually. I hope he pull back. That would be the best entry. I think that would give me the best entry. If not, breakout, push back, and then continuation as well. So let's see. I do like how we break above this box right now. That's positive. That's bullish for sure. So I think the CPI is clear, and the dollar is slowing down, right? That's also a very important layer that we didn't talk about. The dollar is actually breaking back below that level. So the dollar is slowing down now. And the dollar got rejected from a major resistance. So this is also, this is a good sign. This is a good sign. It makes sense. So I hope we pull back. That would be the best. That would be the best entry for sure. Price ready to swap the liquidity that was created on a Tuesday, now above the Sunday open, which indicates bullish momentum. Yeah, I'm not really 100% certain we're going to just break a pushback all the way, by the way. But If we do though, right, this would be considered the best pullback entry, I think, because yeah, this is where the majority of selling was. And you know, I hope you guys can kind of see right now how strong and important these boxes are, right? And how important it is that you see that these sellers being trapped there, and how this turns into support or how it can turn into resistance. Let me know in the chat if you have been watching this now for a while, a little bit. Like, do you guys see what I mean here? Do you guys kind of understand why? Or have you guys seen how these things are stacked and how that can form as resistance or support? Let me know. Because this is something I think we're going to cover a lot more, man. And I don't know how to call it yet. We'll find a way. We'll find a way. But we're overvalued. So I expect some sort of pullback. A little bit. That's why even if we buy, you don't want to buy when we break out, because I think it's really forced. I think the push... we need to get into some pullback. But I love the overall CME that's kind of playing out there. I really like the overall pattern here. Yeah, I think it's important also to look at the dollar. Just keep focusing on the dollar a little bit. See if the dollar is just trying to hold on or if it's trying to break down. But it doesn't look that strong to me, dollar. Yeah. Damn, that goes really fast, guys. Thank you. Appreciate that. You know, a couple streams and, you know, you guys are waking up. You guys are waking up again. I love that. I love that. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Very nice. Why not entering right away after that candle closed? You mean this one? Because usually what you will see is that price will push into that level once, at least once. And I actually expect price to get there. I really do. I really expect price to push down. But yeah. That will be the best case scenario. I think from an entry perspective. I would love to see that. Because it allows us to cool down a little bit here on the valuation. And to maybe go down a little bit. Le Raptor, welcome my man. Welcome. Maybe drop down a bit and then actually just bounce from the equilibrium on the valuation. We do this a lot, that we bounce back from this zone. So that could be right there as well. But of course, just this by itself is important, but we combine different confidences, right? So that's kind of the idea. I trade on CFDs. What is the chart you were looking at with the resistance? Was it on the DOM? Now this is the footprint chart. But for you, if you trade gold right now on the CFD, so you trade, you know, on MetaTrader, for example, or just on CFD broker, then just look at the candles and see the alignment here, because it's really similar. It's pretty much the same. But then you can kind of see where I'm looking at. I'm looking at the pretty much above that 5-minute candle here is my entry, or my buy limit at least. So yeah, let's see. It's holding up really well, that's for sure. It's trying to hold up really well. There is definitely a lot of selling here, but price refuses to break down. Why? Because we closed above these sellers there. And it's just holding that support. You see that? It's kind of holding that support. It's funny, but that's just how it works. I don't know how to explain it yet. I'm still relatively new to it, I would say. Not like new, but like I'm not like a professional. But you can just see how this gets respected. You can see it. But the sweet spot entry is definitely there. It's definitely below there. So I hope price just pulls back and give us exactly what we need. And the risk to reward is pretty decent. It's like a 3.3 to 1. If you take the wider stop loss, it will be so below the wick, it will be a 2.5 to 1, which is still it's still a good risk reward ratio. It's above my average, so. John says buyers are gonna get destroyed here. Look at those selling contracts. Yeah, it's crazy right now, right? A lot of selling now. But what's something that we have to take into consideration is, okay, if there is so much selling, right? If there is so much selling, look at the delta, right? It's minus 200. There's so much more selling than buying here in this candle. Why is price not breaking down then? If there is so much more selling than buying, right? You have to think about that. Why is price not dropping? So this actually signifies to me, for now, a lot of strength, because there is a lot of absorption here. But yeah, we're not going to chase it. We're not going to chase price, that's for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's in general by default the best entry, because also if you look at the 5-minute, our entry is pretty much at where we had that major support before, many times over. Many times over we got back to this level here. So this would actually be some sort of retest, right? Of that support as well. But it's of course not our main confirmation or reasoning. It's just an additional an additional layer pretty much. Wow, that's crazy. Wow, look at that selling indeed. That is pretty wild. A lot of selling, but no follow through. So yeah, that's we might actually, man, if this continues like this, it's just not. It might actually just hold. It might actually just hold here. But we have to pull back at some point. We really have to pull back at some point. Yeah, this looks really good. Why is the candle not going down with that pressure? It's because when people are selling, right, aggressively, that means they press market sell. But if someone presses market sell, someone else presses limit buy. So if there are more limit buys than market sells, there is an absorption. And you can aggressively sell into that. But if there are more limit buyers, then price will do nothing. Price will just continue to push higher. And that's what you saw here, right? In this candle. And this is why I think this is such a good level, because it aligns with our key level. It aligns with the valuation. It aligns with previous support. And a lot of sellers got trapped. A lot of people press market sell, absorbed by limit buyers. So you have a bunch of confirmations there. So yeah, like I said, I'm not gonna right now, clearly not gonna chase it, because we're getting really overextended. But you can kind of see in real time how price is developing and how buyers are definitely in control right now in the larger structure from today's session. So this was just, in my opinion, a CPI fakeout for a larger push higher. Now, will that be by the end of day? Will that be later? Are we just gonna come down first and set in a W formation or whatever? That's something that we have to wait for. But the way we're just building up that push is very interesting here. But I think that it's way too tricky to buy right at this level right now. It's not worth to buy. I don't think we get our value for our money if we buy here at this exact level right now. And that's actually how I got trapped the most in the past. This is actually how I got screwed over a lot, because I was chasing the market a lot. And there's nothing wrong with chasing the market, but only in the right context. And somehow what happened in my brain was, okay, I think price is gonna go there. You know, I'm gonna enter here. That's like a nice, whatever, 1-to-1, right? And I think it's gonna go there, and I'm just gonna enter now. And yeah, cool. And then it comes down all the way, and it eventually goes there, and I win my trade. Was that then a good or a bad trade? You know? So that's something that I've been trying to really work on myself, is then, okay, so yes, okay, I won the trade, but was it a good or a bad trade? Or could were there better reasons to just enter than there, for example? Right, and now my risk to reward is twice as big or 3 times as big, right? So I have to win less of that to make the same amount, but if I have the same accuracy, you make more money. So that's really what I'm trying to just study and trying to get better at right now. I'm really trying to work on this at the moment, is to find just better entries. I think this is something I've been trying to work on, because that's something that I was actually lacking at. So for me, it's more about optimization right now. I'm just trying to optimize and trying to get better entries. It's not about winning more trades. It's just about winning the same amount of trades, but get better entries. All right, beautiful. So this was kind of expected that we would push down, right? Eventually, because we were overvalued here. And that's why we said that there's no way we would buy here. There's no chance we could buy there. No more chasing. Yeah, the 5174 would be considered the best entry actually. So we might be able to push our limit order down a little bit, but it just depends on like right here, for example. But it depends on the valuation. $74. Yeah, at least keep it now. Let's keep it for now here. Hey, did you make the playlist on Spotify? Shit. You're right, my friend. That's actually something I'm gonna do. Thank you for sharing that. Yes. Thank you for sharing. Jamil, good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well, bro. Yeah, I think we're going to get to our entry for sure. I think there's a big chance. I think there's just a lot of selling here. The VWAP is getting rejected as well. We're gonna full port a month wage. Yeah, we might actually put it at 74.7 instead, to be honest. That could be a good level. A bit lower, because we're still really, really overvalued right now, and we're not really moving. So I think we can actually put it a bit lower. I actually think we can put it right... Yeah, right there. That's exactly in the box, in our red box. So let's see. Dollar got rejected there. So we need to see if the dollar pushes up, if the dollar will get rejected there again. But it's slowing down, definitely, man. It's definitely slowing down. What is the best prop firm, brother? Yeah, I'm a big fan of Fun Next. They have some really, really good challenges. If you trade futures or CFDs, I mean, they're one of the biggest right now anyways, right? I have been using them already so long. They have a rapid challenge. You should check it out, the rapid challenge. You can get a payout in like 3 days. It's very, very easy, very quick. And it's cheap, relatively cheap. So for the rest, we have Top Step, of course, as well. At least I've been using Top Step. The only thing with Top Step is right now that like I have some issues with their, or not issues, but they're slow with payouts, man. They're very slow with their payouts. But hey, they are, I don't know, they're one of the biggest right now, or if not the biggest, which is insane. Okay, we're finally coming down a little bit here. You see that? We're finally coming out of that like overvaluation here. So it was clearly that when we're overvalued, I cannot buy. I cannot buy. I don't have the, I'm not allowed to buy. Okay, I'm only allowed to buy when we're undervalued or at the equilibrium. What prop firms are you guys using the most? Let me know. Here's Pop Moments that's fun at next. FTMO. Top Step. Lucid. I see a lot of Lucid. What is that, Lucid? I've never heard about that. Okay, let me check. I'm gonna check this out. Lucid. Okay. Okay. Lucid. Okay, nice. Tell me the name of the music. It's called Goma. And Goma. Oh, sorry, you can't see it. And Goma. It's a tribal house, in case you want to know. Tribal house. All right, let's see. We're coming down slower and slower and slower to our entry. Let's see if we can get what we want to. Let's get to our box, where the sellers got trapped initially aggressively. There was a lot of selling here. Now there's a lot of selling there too, so we cannot neglect that, but usually pull back, right? And we just talked about the pullback here. And now you can already see that we are, in terms of the valuation, we're almost at the zero already, right? So that's what we want. We want to actually get to our entry and get there or lower, because it just increases the chance that we will indeed bounce or, you know, yeah, bounce. So, yeah, let's see. Let's see. It's a CPI day, so I'm very curious. K-share buy limit. Yeah, it's at 74.7. Man, there is buying. There is definitely buying here. I actually like this because if price now comes down again, then you know what? At least we can see that there is an absorption. Buyers are willing to step in here, but I think that there is a chance that we could indeed just slow down and then hopefully get triggered into our trade. But we're not trading CFDs. Now this is futures. So don't look at the price level on futures and CFDs. Don't compare the numbers I'm saying. Look at the candles, because they're the same. Okay, look at that beauty. Okay, we're getting to that zero, which is good. And we're still not at our entry, which is good. So we might get undervalued here while we're getting to our entry. We might get even undervalued. And that's a high confirmation. Because undervaluation, right, usually gives us bottoms. It usually gives us the bottom. Like we can look at so many examples here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all bottoms, right? So the last 7 times, we pretty much printed the bottom there. So if we can get there again around our entry, that would be really good, of course. Because that means that we could get into an undervaluation and get triggered. And that would align with our level. That would align with our box. And then, yeah, hopefully I just hope that this will get down a bit more. That would be nice. That would be good. Still no buys. Nope. Definitely. Right now, you can definitely see it, right? Some people call this like a head and shoulders, or how do you call that? Inverted head and shoulders. It's funny how these patterns, you know, people think that all these patterns are like shit, right? And these patterns are all bullshit because they're quote unquote retail patterns, right? But you see them all the time. All the time. You just have to put it in the right context. Right, in the right context. You know what I mean? It's all about context, right? Yeah, today is a bit random because of the CPI. The market has been relatively slow. True, but yeah, I'm not like I still like it. I like the overall structure here, though. Just have to wait. That's why I think it's so important not to chase price. Get into like market execution orders at the top of something, like, you know, for continuation, because I think the market condition is not ready for I don't think the market condition is ready for like I don't think it's chase worthy. Does that make sense? I think it's better to just get at least the best entry lower And if we get filled, great. If we're not getting filled, then I accept it, because it's just the session is just not perfect for that real strong follow through, chasing continuation type of play. So that's kind of the difference. If it would be an aggressive push, market ordered a lot of volume, right? Different story, of course. But like today's session, I don't think is really, really good for that. That's why I called it still a balanced trading session. So we'll give it a little bit more time. Gee, if I enter, will you hold this position until session ends? That depends on how we react. Number one, at our level, if we do flip bullish strongly, right? If volume comes in, if we can get away from our entry quite quickly. It depends on the situation. Because it could also be that we're just hovering around our entry for a while. And yeah, then it's not worth holding onto it, for example. So we'll check it out. We'll check it out. But at least in a balanced market condition like we have today, for example, a balanced trading session, you prefer to like just simply buy at the bottom of a range, right? It's definitely still respecting it though, right? It's definitely respecting it. But yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of good gold traders here in the chat. That's for sure. I think a lot of seasonal traders here. But anyways, guys, I'm really liking so far what we're doing here. I think we're learning a lot. And I think this is just day 3 from our new live streaming series. This is only the 3rd episode. So I really want to thank you to already, to already be here for the beginning of our journey. I would say the beginning. It's a new beginning of our journey here. I want to thank you for coming on. And I've been doing this for a while, but this time I feel we have something really good that we can work with. Very good structure, organization and everything. I think we can make magic happen here, man. I really do. I would be trading like this anyways, myself already. Before I was always like, I don't really want to share things that I'm like not, how do I say that? I don't really want to share information which I'm not 100% sure of, but now I'm like, you know what? It doesn't really matter. I'm just learning, right? Like you guys. I'm just learning like you guys. So why not just share this with you while I'm learning? Okay? And when I say learning, I talk about order flow, particularly order flow, because the candlesticks and everything, and the volume profile and the bias, that's all clear to me right now. That's already like, I feel like I really like kind of mastered that stuff over the years. But this is definitely a whole new, it's a definitely a nice learning experience for sure. Yo, Thomas, take care, bro. Appreciate it. John, thank you, man. Thank you, John. The man. We need a little bit more beat, jeez. Okay, guys, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna give it like 20 minutes or something, right? But I will probably keep my entry at that level because you understand all the reasoning why. And what I really like now is I really like this, by the way. I'm actually liking this. I'll tell you why. Okay. So the first thing that I like is that the fact that we are already getting more and more undervalued now against the dollar. And we know that from historical data, right? If we look at the undervaluation on the 5-minute time frame in this case, this has been really, really good. So every time we're getting undervalued, we formulate the bottom here. Undervalued, we formulate the bottom. So I really, really like this already. The fact that we're now already getting there while we're still there, right? Now, the bad side of that is that we might not get there, right? That's on the 5-minute time frame. We might not pull back further. That's like the twist. But if you do, then you're dealing with an undervaluation for sure, right at our level. And that level is a strong hourly level, very strong level. And it has a really strong order flow confirmation because there are a lot of trapped sellers there. So I think that combination is the best entry. This is why my entry will be at 5174.7, because I think that the combination of all of that here aligns perfectly with a high conviction trade, a high conviction entry. So this is why I am right now taking this very serious. And yeah, you can see how it's still struggling there. So we could easily get there, but this time when we get there, we will be for sure undervalued. So that would be really good. Philo, my G, good to see you, bro. I have trouble placing TPs. What do you use? What are you targeting? Well, mainly what I'm looking for are like the basic levels here. So daily highs, daily lows. Previous daily highs, previous daily lows. For example, Asian highs, Asian lows, right? Like things like that. Session highs or session lows. Or daily highs, previous weekly highs. Depends on where we are. Or a strong key level, like opponent control or anything related to the volume profile that we cannot neglect. Something like that. Yeah, look at that selling, man. Still so much selling. There's actually, if you look at it this way, people are saying, yeah, it's getting absorbed, but it's definitely still struggling, man. It's definitely still struggling. It is definitely still struggling. Xau Usd, thank you for the sub, my G. Welcome back. Good to see you, bro. Thank you, welcome. There we go, finally some momentum. Dollar is holding up really strongly. It's actually really, it's doing its best to actually push higher. And you can see how we're creeping lower and lower, right? On the valuation right now. We're getting lower and lower and lower. So the lower we're getting here, the higher the chance that we'll actually bounce. This is just what I've seen happening over and over and over again. Unless, I don't know, something crazy happens, like a Trump tweet or whatever. Yeah, it's definitely a big accumulation here. Or how do you say that? Distribution here right now, that's for sure. But anyways. Let's say we get actually in our buy limit, right? And price does react bullish, let's say. Then I think we can manage our trade really well at that level again, where we are now. But let's see what happens, man. I think it's worth getting in. Is it possible to get your stealth indicator? I think we're gonna do some giveaways sooner or later for sure. And just add you to the list. So if you go to like the 1 minute time frame, let's go to the 1 minute. This could also just turn into a CME play right here. So you have the range on the 1 minute, and then you just do something like this. Because these highs are open right now. And we just broke above this structure. I like it overall. I actually like it overall, John. I actually like it. I do like it. We're getting to that undervaluation already. Right now. Yeah. God's favorite says, I don't like it because you are not sure if that low created is valid. The reason why I think it's valid is because of these orders right here and a lot of volume. Just keep in mind, right? And I think this is something that I really look at and observe now. Is I also try to look at the volume of each candle. So you can see the 4.4K here, yeah? That is this candle. What happened in that candle was a lot of trapped selling, a lot of aggressive selling, but the candle closed bullish. So with a lot of volume, okay? So it's not just about the delta, it's also about the amount of volume traded in that candle. So there is a reason why there was so much volume traded. So, you know, usually you could say, oh, that's because of the sweep, right? So I actually think that it's a valid sweep. It's a valid reversal. And that's why I think the retest will make the absolute difference. And that's why it's for me worth it to try to get involved with relatively small risk to see if we can actually hold in that level when we have other levels aligning. So We have major support, which is this level, right? We have been holding that support here already for a long time, so we can put our stop loss below that. We have an undervaluation on the 5 minute, which has been performing to be relatively high conviction that we at least bounce, as we can see here. So when you put all of these things together, I do think it's worth giving it a shot. I hope it makes sense, and if not, I mean, it is CPI, right? So it's a bit of a weird day, a weird trading day. So we cannot neglect that. Christopher Park says, yes, I just heard the lion roar sitting here at the watering in Kruger Park. You're seriously there? Or are you joking? You're in South Africa? Chitano says CPI days are always way more tricky than NFP. I mean, it's also Wednesday, right? But just let's just not chase price and stick to our rules. Thank you, God's favorite. I appreciate your message, man. Thank you for the support. Jerk says, you said you want to give it away anyway to buy it. Not necessarily for sale, but who knows, man? We might actually do find a way to do something with it. Well, no, I was actually thinking of giving it away, or I'm still thinking what to do with this, because it's something that I introduced on stream for the first time. But I was actually just thinking of doing giveaways with it, or anyways, I'll get back to this. I'll get back to that. Just message. You can message me. We'll see what we can do. You can message me on IG at Lorenzo Corrado FX. All right, Lorenzo Corrado FX. We're creeping lower and lower and lower and lower. Man, it's so interesting now, actually. It's so interesting. It's so interesting. We have this huge up here. Huge volume here. Okay, we're definitely undervalued already, and we're getting closer to our limit order. So this is what we wanted. This is what we wanted. We wanted to see an undervaluation. So that actually, I actually really like that. It's a good additional confirmation, because what I've noticed is that when you're undervalued, that even though, you know, maybe the trade is not perfect or whatever, right? It still gives you, it allows you to react to it. It allows you to still manage the trade, close it on break even, or, you know, whatever, right? It still gives some sort of a reaction that you know, okay, I have at least some breathing room to manage the trade. But damn, man, gold is playing a little bit here, yeah. Gold is playing a little bit. You know what the thing is? Usually I would stop streaming right now. Like 3 hours is usually the max I would stream. But now I'm like, we're so close to our buy limit. Now I'm like, man, now I have to wait, right? Now I'm like, okay, now I have to freaking wait. So much selling here, man. Unbelievable. But what? But also this is something I think super important though. There is so much selling here. But why is price not absolutely tanking right now? There is an absorption taking place. I think there is a larger participant right now absorbing these sellers. Because there's a lot of volume traded here as well. It's not that there's no volume. There's a lot of volume actually traded in this range. And this is also something that we talked about, right? Like volume does not mean big candles. You can have more volume in this zone than in these huge candles. That's kind of the biggest misconception about volume. Is that people confuse volume for large candles. What is your next level of support? I mean, now this is a major level for sure. I mean, if we're talking about a next level, oh man, yeah, that has to be lower, much lower. If that's the case, like the 45. The 45 is an important level, which is kind of in the middle of this range. Let me see. I think that's the 40. Yeah, 40. Yeah, the point of control of that range. But let's hope we don't get there. To be honest, let's hope we don't get there. We're creeping to it though, right? We're really creeping to it now. Creeping to our entry. Show me. This is what I mean, right? If we're so like, some people would now say, okay, I'm gonna just enter there. I see the breakout. I'm gonna enter at the breakout, right? And then people think that price never gets back. So like price breaks out and then it's like, I'm gonna enter at the breakout. Yeah, you sweep the lows, you break structure, blah, 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 right? And then they think, it will never get back here. It's just about, you know, it's just gonna continue higher. And then it just rolls over. And then you're in drawdown. And then you have to manage to trade in drawdown. At least, like, I don't care getting stopped out, right? I don't care getting stopped out. But what I do care about is getting in bad entries in general. Like waiting, like chasing price at the top, for example, or like something like that. And then price running against me. That's something I would really not like. So that's definitely something I would prefer, like not to have anymore. All right, we're getting deeper and deeper down. And we're getting close. All right. Yeah, we need to see that undervaluation here on the. We are now at the maximum undervaluation here on the 5-minute. So we are not far away. We waited all the way for the retracement down. Topdeck says, I like this idea, but the dollar needs to stop going up. Yeah, I do agree with you on that one. Dollar is definitely, but we are in resistance now. We're finding that resistance here. So yeah, I agree with you. It's important that the dollar starts to slow down here, or at least show us that we are in resistance and actually react from resistance. Now you're taking a long, but no higher high was created. You mean from this high or from this high? From that high, I think, right? It will be nasty if this is the bottom. That would be that would be nasty though. Let's be honest. Right? That would be nasty. Nah, I don't think so. I think we can still drop. I think so. We can get there. There. It's the very low, right? The very low. Of course, we know it's the level. That's why I'm saying I want to get the best entries, but I don't hope that I made like a mistake here, that I'm like that I'm too precise with my limit orders. But nah, I think we're gonna still get there. Dollar is still relatively strong, right? So clearly undervalued now. And we need to see a bit more volume as well. So I think we still can get there right here. We give it a bit more time. We don't even have to catch the whole move, right? It can just be a quick reaction, sniper, stop some break even type of play. See where it takes us. It could be a 1-to-1. It could be, yeah, we just have some room there. But if this is the bottom, then I'm not activated here. That would be nasty though. That would be That would be nasty. The 50-minute tells a different story. Well, this is the actual footprint of the 15-minute time frame. And this is actually what we're looking at. We're looking at the 15-minute here. And this is why I believe we're reacting from this box right now. I think that's what we're looking at. So I hope that this is not a short-term bounce or bottom. But I do like this reaction here. Honestly, I do like it. But it would be sad if I would miss out on that one. And we get back to that level. Then it will be, that will be nasty. Because that means that this could have already been the trade. And then just, you know, or like actual follow through, who knows. But yeah, I'm not going to change anything. Unless it goes there, that would be nasty. Because we're talking less, this is less than a point. This is 1 point. 1 tick. Dollar is in its resistance, right? That's what I talked about there. That resistance on the dollar. And the undervaluation. Like undervaluation, guys, I'm not joking, but the undervaluation, man, it's... You can say, yeah, the higher time frame is bearish, blah, blah, blah. I agree, right? But it gives you a bounce. At least a reaction. Not saying there's follow through, right? But I'm just saying this is where we react. At least react to a key level, or not a key level, to a certain... Anyways, the undervaluation usually gives us a bounce. It doesn't have to follow through, or it doesn't have to be a reversal, but it does give us a bounce most of the time. And with most of the time, I'm talking about like 80 to 90% of the time. So my limit order was set at 74.7. And yeah, we moved up already from 75.7, 11 points. But I'm not going to change it. I'm not going to change anything here. Okay. Why wait for just a few pips? Just enter. Look at the difference. Okay. Let me show you the difference. So let's say I have my stop loss right here. Okay. Here, my risk to reward is a 3-to-1. If I would target, let's say that these highs here. Okay. Now let's imagine I would enter right now. Now my risk to reward is 1.75. Let's imagine I entered there. Now my risk to reward is 1.5. Because my stop loss didn't change. My stop loss needs to be there. So that's less than half of my risk to reward ratio, right? My initial risk to reward ratio there. So it's like, you don't think it matters, but over time, it really matters. It really matters. It really does matter. Because the amount of trades that you need to win with a 1.5 versus the amount of trades that you need to win with a 3-to-1 on average, for example. I think with a 3-to-1, you only need to win like what, 30% of your trades, 25% of your, 23% of your trades to break even. Something like that. If the price arrives behind the spike, it does make sense to put a short stop there. Which one do you mean? Yeah, we could actually bounce it. We could bounce there. Louis Money says, welcome back. Would you still enter if it comes back down? Well, sometimes you push into that red box that we have marked out here, where these trapped sellers are, multiple times. Right? There's also a scenario where you create these W formations on the valuation. So I would not say that it's wrong. I think the higher we go though, the stew period would be to wait again, to be honest. Because yeah, you could have already, no, you could have put your stops and break even then, and then waiting again, no. If that's a smart move. Right there, okay? But I have no issues with being patient and being very precise during days like, let's say, the CPI, for example. I have no issues with this whatsoever, okay? Let's say this trade plays out, or let's say that this trade actually goes up right now, right? Then, yeah, okay, I missed it on one tick, okay? It's very sad. It's very unfortunate. But I would not be really disappointed during days like these, for example. I would not be really, really disappointed. I think it happens, right? It happens, and I think it's just part of the game. We are, we had 2 wins and 1 break even already. So this would, of course, be an absolute banger, right? 3 wins, 1 break even. And then we still have tomorrow and Friday. That would be the ideal case scenario, of course. But yeah, let's see. Is someone actually in the trade, though? I'm not even sure if actually some people are in the trade. Because I know how you guys are. You guys just front row me, and then you get in, and I don't get in. It would have had tapped you in your limit order where you originally placed it. Yeah, that's true. That's actually true. That is true. Yeah, I would actually not be surprised if we are going to try to get back to the which candle is this? This is the 15-minute, right? So that would be considered yeah, if you would try to push now back towards the 90, 91. Yeah, damn, that was actually a really good entry. That initial push there at the very low. I was just trying to get into the wick, right? That's what I was trying to do here, to get into the wick. But this was actually a good entry for sure, yeah. Jurk says, I was trusting you and traded it down. Like when? Because we were never really talking about shorts, right? Akshay Ray just subscribed. Nice to see you, man. Welcome to the streams. What's up, bro? How you doing, man? But a lot of support today, geez. Wow. I'm very, very impressed. This is the 3rd episode of our, volume plus order flow series with LTA. And I'm very impressed. Wow. Because I haven't been streaming for a while, right? You never know how it picks up. It's like very impressive. You guys are absolutely killing it. Thank you for the support. And like I said here, we're just here to share free juice. I'm here to learn too, right? I'm here to learn too. I'm here to get better and to share. And I mean, we're winning. We have been winning. Good start of the streams of the series, I could say. So let's just follow up with this, man, and do our best. The best we can. All right, dollar is still pushing, right? It's still getting there. That initial, that initial trade, okay. It's we're still not fully there. We're still pushing down. We're really creeping down here, right? Really freaking creeping down here. Lorenzo, are you consider yourself a reversal trader or a breakout trader or both? Both. It just depends on the confirmation, man. But I do trade pullbacks, okay? And I do trade more limit orders lately. So yeah, I do trade pullbacks, okay? So if you consider that to be reversal trading, but it also depends, right? If we break structure and we continue to trend higher and I trade the higher low, is that then reversal trading? Not really, right? That's just trading with the trend, right? Okay, we're in our trade now. So show me that we can actually hold it. We had the craziest patience, man. Show us at least some respect right now. At least show us that respect here. The reason I took the sell is because I trusted it was going to get the retest. Ah, yeah, okay. And now I'm buying. Now I'm on that buy. Thank you, my G. All right, amazing, man. Yeah, that's something that you could do. It's aggressive, but it's something that you could definitely do. If you think, okay, if my limit order is there, then I sell towards my limit order. I mean, yeah. You could do that, right? But it's all about context again, right? So, yeah. Okay. So, undervaluation. We got tapped into our trade. We are at that box. We are reacting. We took out the low again. So, now we need to see some buyers stepping in here. And hopefully the dollar slows down a bit. That's not really happening yet, right? So... next resistance is there. Dollar is not really reacting yet, right? So don't screw me over right now. Boom. That's what I want to see, man. A bullish flip here. Buyers stepping in here. That's good. Buyers are willing to step in here. Okay. This is the first green delta that we're seeing here. Oh, green delta. We only have seen red, but the delta was getting less and less and less. So less and less aggressive selling here. Now we're seeing some buyers stepping in. It makes sense. So hopefully we can actually flip bullish. And break structure or something and like at least secure ourselves, right? That would be nice. But the entry right now, if this is the entry, then this is the entry, their entries, guys. I'm not joking. Look at, I'm not joking here right now, right? Look at this. Look at this, right? You see that entry, right? That's what I meant with patience, man. Even in the worst case scenario, at least we have a good start, right? But yeah, let's see, man. There is buying here. Yeah, what needs to happen is we need to just close above this, above the 85. Yeah, pretty much. For it to be really, really good. So above this high, pretty much. 85 is Yeah, right here, right? That's what you want to, that's where you want to close above. There's definitely support, but there's no real follow through here yet. So I'm not really sure. 100% sure, but yeah. God's favorite, I'm gonna make 40 million off of your stop loss. I think you were the same guy that said it yesterday too. So I already have one on you, my man. 1-0 for me. 1-0 for me. Maybe 1-1 for you. 1-1 today. Let's see. $30-minute opened with no top wick. Could we potentially expect a flip? True. We haven't seen a top wick on the 30 minutes. I mean, could be. It could be. But, I mean, yeah, we're just chilling. We're not doing much. We are seeing a lot of selling here, but the candle is not pushing down, right? Look at that amount of selling, but the candle's not pushing down. So it is an area of interest for sure. We cannot deny that there is interest here, right? From both buyers and sellers, there is interest at this level. And you want to actually see that because yeah, I actually want to see this. You want to see that that break. Look at the 1 minute. Yeah, so what I actually really would love to do here, if this 50-minute candle can close above the 85, then we're in a really good position, to be honest. Because then I can pretty much put my stops on break even right away. And we close that candle in 7 minutes, so that would be really good. That would be really good. I'm happy with the entry choice for sure. Entry wise, I'm very happy with the decision. It's just, is there follow through here? Yeah, I think this 50-minute closure will really help us, giving us a good indication of what's going on here. This overall 50-minute is definitely okay, clear. We have an absorption here. There's definitely support. There's definitely volume. Sellers are definitely active, but they're unable to push price down. It's, are we able to follow and actually close at least above the 78? At least. In like 5 minutes from now. All right, so this is the reason why I'm trying to really work on finding good entries. Right, that's what I'm trying to do. Because even if I'm wrong, I can still manage the trade better. I can think about it better. I don't get instantly into drawdown. Well, Lorenzo, you did want to say you wanted to work a better entry. Yeah, exactly, bro. That's exactly what it is. Absolutely. Now we need some freaking volume. A lot of selling. A lot of selling. There's more selling than buying right now in this 50-minute candle. But price is not moving down. Yet. The dollar needs to chill the fuck out. That's the conclusion. If the dollar chills, we're set. We're good. The dollar needs to slow down, man. All right. But our entry right now is literally at the bottom of the bottom of the bottom of the wick. If you go here and you look at it, then you can actually see that our entry was right here. You see that? I never actually like to see this flip right before the 50-minute closure. I mean, we have 3 minutes left. $618, sell, 538. Buy. Still getting absorbed. And we flip again. $2.2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Yeah, this closure is going to be so freaking important, geez, I'm telling you. This closure is going to be super important because we need to close above that red box that you see right now, right here. Because if you do that, then this becomes at least support. You don't want to turn that into resistance, let's say, internally, right? So, and if we can close above the 85, we're set, we're golden. Okay, 1 minute left. A lot of selling, but I can't seem to continue price down here. But this is a crucial minute, geez. 1 minute left for this 50-minute closure. It's very important, a very important closure. Almost there, almost there, almost there. I can already see how this is going to go. Low volume. Right now. Slow movement. And then suddenly we're going to see like that huge spike. All right, 16 seconds for this closure. I prefer to really close above this and not below this. I actually prefer to flip bullish on the 15. Okay. Yeah, very neutral, very neutral. I mean, sellers are definitely not able to push price down here. That's for sure. But it's not really that buyers are like, you know, really taking over here either. And you can see how each candle is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And we're undervalued on the lower time frame. We know how important that is. We know for sure how important that level of that confirmation is going to be. Like I said, I would never buy there because of that overvaluation. It's the combination of a level, a volume profile level, which is the very low of that range, some structural shift or anything in the matter, and an undervaluation. There's definitely an absorption here taking place. We cannot deny this here. And sellers are really trying, bro. Sellers are really trying here. They really are trying to push price down here. Okay, I think they're finally were able to push price down here. So long. That absorption was so long. Yeah, this will be an extremely important closure. So I'm gonna sit out this closure. Huge sell. You can sell. You sell at 121 here, right? So this is where, if we are gonna flip, this has to be the moment or the candle where we actually flip bullish. Because if you don't, we're probably not gonna be. We're probably not gonna make it. Huge seller. And we're back. What skill do you use for gold footprint? We use the 50-minute time frame because I think that it's just the cleanest. I've seen the best entries from there. 100%, man. Best entries, best filtering. I can get just a good understanding of what's going on. Like we said, this is really good if there is a huge seller here that stepped in and the candle closes green. That means that that huge seller was unable to push price down here, and that's actually a sign of strength because that shows real absorption. These are all the limit orders. So that's why I was still happy with our choice for our actual entry level. I think we made a good decision around that. So I'm pretty happy with this decision that I at least took that entry and stayed really patient with that trade because it just gave me a lot more room to just see what's going on here. There we go. Our box. What's the bubble? The 121 bubble? That's a single order. okay? So that is one seller that stepped in there. 121 contracts. And now the candle is flipping green. So right in this here, right here, a huge seller stepped in. But bro, this is actually, I don't know how long. When will it skyrocket? My whole village is waiting for it. Right now. I think my girlfriend walked in. I didn't even see her. Walking in, at least. She's a profitable trader, by the way. She's crushing it. My mother is a funded trader. Think about that. My mother is a funded trader. This is what she sent to me a couple days ago. Anyways, guys, hope you guys are liking the stream here. I'm here to learn just like you guys. I have been trading for, I don't know, years. But I also honestly have been fucking around for years as well here, all right? So I'm always trying to get better. We've done already hundreds of live streams. And the strategy is just getting better and better and better and better. And we are kicking it up with a new format now on the live streams here. This is episode number 3. And we have been winning. We have been doing well already. And we're going to be here every day, Monday to Friday, at the New York Open. I was actually not planning to stream this long. Usually I like to stream around 2 hours, 2.5 hours. But today is just a special day. Today's a CPI. So if you support, if you like what we're doing here, then subscribe to this channel. That's all I'm asking. I'm not selling you anything. I have nothing to sell you. Okay? I have a free book for you that I've written with all the information on how we trade. It's in this book. It's a thick-ass book. It's an ebook. You can download it for free. And we can just study and learn together, right? And I'm learning about Orderflow. It's getting much, much better. Look at that. Beautiful, man. Beautiful. And if you can really support it here, the only thing I'm asking is to like this channel because that really helps me grow. After I haven't been streaming for a while, right? So I'm getting back into the algorithm. So I appreciate it if you could like this stream. Or make this a habit when you join us and watch me. That's already enough for me. Okay, 6 minutes for this 50-minute closure. I really like this now. I just want to see us closing confidently higher, right? If you say I don't trust it, just put your stop on break even. But I don't know if this, it's going to be worth it. Because it's very tight. It's very scalpy if that's the case here. Very scalpy. May I ask you, what is your background? What do you mean my background? On my chart or on my in my house? That's my house. That's my living room. Guzman, welcome, man. Good to see you, bro. Appreciate you. Welcome to the streams. Yeah, I want to wait at least this closure now on the 15-minute here. The reason why I'm saying this is because you can definitely see something is happening here, right? Something is happening here. Like some absorption is taking place on the 15-minute. On the 15-minute, it's a bit more clear what's going on. Let's just remove this for a second here so you can actually see it clearly. Yo, Lorenzo, Trump is speaking. Is he actually speaking today again? What time? I can't believe, though, how much selling there is and how less follow-through there is, though. That's actually what I really like. Because why? If there are so many more sellers here, right? The delta right now is minus 156. So let's say there are 158 people hit the bid, more than the ask. If there are so much more sellers, why is the candle green? That shows absorption. So... But that doesn't necessarily mean that this is the bottom, right? Because it could easily be that an absorption takes place, but there is no follow through. Because the sellers are just going to be there and be there and be there and be there. Three minutes for this candle. Don't do it again in the last 2 minutes, man. Every fucking time. The last 2 minutes and it suddenly flips bearish. Two minutes, 30 seconds. What a price action today, man. After this closure, I decide if I'm going to break even or not. If I'm not already in drawdown. But right now we're still holding up, so there's so much absorption right now. It's crazy. It's really crazy. Is the dollar still pushing? Yeah, this is the reason, guys. This is the reason why gold is not pushing right now. All right, this is the reason. It's the dollar, for sure. If the dollar doesn't chill, there's nothing gonna happen with gold. But we got in a good trade, a good position here. And this is exactly what I mean. This is why entries are so important. All right, 1 minute left. Obviously, now the volume comes in, last minute. Now the sellers come in again. Of course. Can't believe we're still in profit here. Yeah, obviously, this is a bad sign. If the candle closes again like this, right now again, 20 seconds. You saw it the last time too, right? Every time when the candle closes, it closes in a more bearish format right here. So I'm not really liking this anymore, guys. Every freaking time. So I'm going to cut this trade on break even right now. I'm going to get out of the trade. I'm just not liking it. I'm not liking the price action. And if it goes, man, I will be... yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think we gave it a lot of time to see if this could actually move here. And actually do something, man. What is this? Yeah. We gave it a lot of time here. Because this is just not, this is not going anywhere. And you could see if we close, if we're holding up really well every time we're pushing, and then right before the 50-minute closure, we kind of flip bearish or sellers come in, that's usually not a good sign. All right. That is usually not a good sign. So we're gonna just mark this as a break-even trade, right? Our entry. I mean, we are in a box where we have an absorption. We're not pushing down aggressively, but it's just not looking nice. And it's not a trade I want to be in now anymore, because we have given it like 20, 30 minutes to see if it can go. 2 50-minute candles. And it just doesn't want to go, right? So it seems like a typical CPI, like Wednesday. Even though the entry I think was good. I think the entry we took was good. I'm very happy with this entry overall because... And again, this is the lesson I think for me, personally, is what I realized is if I at least have a good entry, right? I can allow myself to observe what's happening here. Because let's say I entered right when we were here, guys. I would have been stuck in drawdown for 5 to 10, 20, 30, 40 minutes. And then my mind goes crazy because I'm in drawdown and I want to close the trade in drawdown, right? And then we're going to hold on to the trade. And then the trade doesn't work out. I lose a trade for no reason. So that's why if my entry is good, I can still manage the trade accordingly. And this is why I care so much about entries. And this is one of the biggest things that I personally experienced and learned. It's like, as long as my entries are okay, the chances of me breaking even in the worst case scenario is so much better than, or higher, than if I would chase the market down. Then it would be a guaranteed loss. Right? So, can this trade play out? It could play out. We're in a box. We are seeing an absorption here. It might just need more patience. But it's not a trade I want to be in for now, guys, to be honest. Okay? So I think we closed the trade back at our entry, roughly speaking. And yeah, it could still go, but anyways, I think we did the right thing here. Yeah, tomorrow, what kind of news do we have? I don't think we have much news tomorrow. We just have the unemployment claims. And that's it. Okay. Tomorrow we have the unemployment claims. And I think that's it. And then the day after tomorrow, we have a huge trading day, guys. Huge news day. We have the GDP. The preliminary release, so that's not that big of a deal. But the PC price index is clearly important. The JOLTS job openings is clearly important. Yeah, so I think tomorrow will still be good. Better than today, I think, in terms of price action. Cousin says you're afraid of drawdown. I mean, you will see what happens, bro. Mark my words here. I have seen this price action before. I've seen the order flow here. We gave it at least 30 minutes to see how things develop. Which is a long time, by the way, at our entry. So I think this is just not going to follow through the way we want to follow through here. It might do. It might do. All right, guys, I think that's it for today. Okay, it was worth a try. I was patient with our entry here. We just don't have really the follow through. So yeah, I think that's for me a good lesson is to just get into really good entry. So I at least allow myself to see how I can manage the trade accordingly. And we have still not lost a trade so far. So that's also good. I mean, we don't really like losing, right? I mean, losing is part of the game, but you know, we'll get into really good entries over time where this will actually follow through here because all the confluences are there, but the follow through is just not there. So I think it was worth paying attention, and we still traded during the CPI. So we can at least say that we gave it a shot during the CPI. Let's see what the chat says. Let me look at the chat. Good call. Can see the stanking. Lorenzo is both self-disciplined trader who plans a trade and sticks to that plan. A lot of pain, my friend. A lot of pain. Historical pain. From all the times where I didn't stick to my freaking plan. All right? That's the main reason why. Okay? Anyways, guys. Thank you for today's session here. We're going to be back tomorrow again. Okay? It was a longer session. I hope to stream usually around 2.5 hours max, not 4 hours. But it was worth just to pay attention to what happens here because this is a very interesting potential setup that could be traded here very well. So yeah, definitely worth to give it a try and to come back again tomorrow. And I definitely want to thank you guys for sticking with us here in our new series, our new format. Okay, well, I'll be trading live for the next weeks, months, I would say. From Monday to Friday, the New York Open, New York Stock Exchange Open, mainly gold, sometimes Nasdaq. Nothing to sell you here. I'm just here to trade my own money. I'm here to rock and roll with you guys, okay? And to hopefully learn, get better, become better a little bit every day. And I hope to inspire you to live an amazing life, to look out for a Monday and enjoy the Mondays. Because Monday is the best day of the week. Let's make that a serious statement right there, okay? We'd love to see you tomorrow again. And yeah, we're just slowing down here, clearly, right? Not much follow through. All right. Thank you for the support. And please, if you support the channel, then smash up that like button. It would really help me grow the channel, getting back into the algorithm. And I'm very, very proud to say that, yeah, we're back in the game. We're back in the game, G's. Really appreciate all the support here. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely crushing it. Thank you so much. All right? Have a good day. See you tomorrow. Peace.